Cowboy's Got Rizz by Tyler Walker.
Y'all ready for some ranch romance? Because honey, this cowboy's about to show the city girl how it's done.
Claire might be running from trouble, but Ford's attitude is about to be her biggest problem.
Trust me, this story's got more sizzle than bacon on a cast iron skillet.
Now, if you're wondering where to get all the naughty details that YouTube's too shy to show, slide on over to tylerwalker.com.
Use code SAVE40 for 40% off, because mama loves a good discount almost as much as a good cowboy.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe so that we can keep bringing these free, full audiobooks straight to your phone.
You're listening to Tyler Walker's Cowboy's Got Rizz. Chapter 1. Claire. Dressed in a designer gown that hugs my curves, I glide through the crowd of elite attendees. My long, curly hair cascades down my back, swaying with each step. The room is a blur of opulence, glittering chandeliers, crystal glasses clinking, and laughter that sounds almost too perfect. I smile, the corners of my lips curving, and exchange pleasantries with people who only know me from magazine covers. The men look intrigued. The women seem to scrutinize every inch of my gown. It's exhausting. A waiter passes by with a tray of champagne flutes, and I grab one without missing a beat. The bubbles tickle my nose as I take a sip. Claire, Maritza, one of my model friends, waves at me, a glass of wine in her hand. Honey, you look amazing. I smile politely. Thank you, it's Valentino. I study her dress. Your dress is to die for. Maritza walks away with a satisfied grin, and I smile to myself. People are so easy to please. As another wave of guests arrives, the noise level rises. My heart pounds harder against my ribcage. I slip away from the group and head towards the balcony. The cool night air greets me like an old friend as I step outside. Taking a deep breath, I lean against the railing and stare out into the night. Just for a moment, it's quiet. No cameras, flashing, or voices demanding my attention. The city's nightscape glitters like a million tiny diamonds, but my attention is pulled back to the room. The noise and laughter calls to me, so I step back in. Walking through the room, I spot Senator Hayes, his graying hair unmistakable, engaged in a hushed conversation with Victor Roth, a well-known tycoon. Victor's face is stern, his jaw set tight, while the senator's mouth forms a thin line. They stand close enough that their words are private, but far enough from the crowd to avoid eavesdroppers. There's something off about their body language, their rigid postures, the occasional glances over their shoulders. I decide to mind my own business, as much as I'd like to know what's got them so frustrated. I take a deep breath and down the last of my champagne. An hour later, I glide past a small, secluded area on my way to find the restroom. I freeze here I stand, managing not to gasp out loud. There, in the shadows, stands Victor Roth. He hovers over Senator Hayes' motionless body. The senator's eyes stare blankly at nothing, his face frozen in an expression of shock. My heart slams against my ribcage. My hand flies to my mouth. Victor's head snaps up, his eyes locking onto mine. For a split second, our gazes meet, and I see something cold and merciless in his eyes. Panic surges through me. My legs move before my mind catches up, and I take off running. My heels clack loudly against the marble floor as I weave through the hallways, my dress swishing around my legs. My breath comes in ragged gasps, fear propelling me forward. The noise of the party grows louder as I approach the main ballroom again. Laughter, music, and chatter envelop me like a protective shield. Faces blur together as I zigzag between groups of people. I glance over my shoulder, half expecting Victor to be right behind me with that knife still in his hand. But he's not there. My pulse thunders in my ears, drowning out everything else. People continue their conversations around me, oblivious to the horror I just witnessed. My fingers find one of my curls. Twirling it as if it can somehow ground me in this surreal nightmare. The crowd serves as my sanctuary for now. An anonymous mask that keeps Victor at bay if he's even looking for me at all. But what do I do next? Adrenaline surges through my veins, a raw electric current. I know I need to act fast. Calling 911 isn't an option. Victor Roth has connections. I know that much about him. My hands shake as I pull out my phone and scroll through my contacts, landing on a name I haven't touched in months. Senator Jonathan Carter, my ex. I tap his number and type furiously. Emergency, saw Victor Roth kill someone. He saw me. Need help now. Have to get away. I'm scared. I hit send and grip the phone like a lifeline. Moments later, it buzzes. Claire, what happened? His voice is tense, all business. I saw Victor Roth, and he saw me, Jonathan. I whisper, glancing around to ensure no one overhears. Listen carefully. He says, you need to hide until my people get there. Find a secluded spot where no one will look for you. Text me where it is. Okay, I breathe, nodding even though he can't see me. Go now. They'll be there soon. I hang up and shove the phone into my clutch. My heart pounds as I scan the room for an exit strategy. My eyes land on a small door, partially hidden behind a velvet curtain. Staff only. Probably leading to the kitchen or service corridors. I slip through the crowd, head down, and duck behind the curtain without drawing attention. The door opens easily, and I step into a dimly lit hallway that smells faintly of cleaning supplies and leftover hors d'oeuvres. A storage closet catches my eye. A simple metal door, likely unoccupied at this hour. I twist the handle and slip inside, closing it gently behind me. Minutes feel like hours as I wait, every creak or voice making my heart jump. Claire? A voice eventually whispers from outside the door. Yeah, I reply softly. The door opens slightly, revealing a man in tactical gear, one of Jonathan's people. We're here to get you out safely, he says, extending his hand. Relief washes over me as I take it and step out of my hiding spot, ready to follow them to safety. We weave through the back halls until we reach a discreet exit. A black SUV waits, engine running. Get in, the agent instructs, opening the door for me. I slide into the back seat, and 2 more agents climb in, one on each side of me. The SUV pulls away from the building swiftly but smoothly, merging into the city traffic as if nothing unusual has happened. One of the agents speaks into his earpiece. We have her. Victor Roth is in custody. Hearing that makes me breathe a little easier. We drive for what feels like hours, but is probably only 30 minutes before pulling up to an unmarked building. The agents escort me inside quickly, guiding me through another series of hallways until we reach a small conference room. Claire McMillan? A man in a suit stands as we enter. His badge flashes briefly. FBI. Yes, I nod, feeling both exhausted and relieved. Please have a seat. He gestures to a chair across from him. I'm Special Agent Daniels. I sit down, my hands resting on the table in front of me. What happens now? Daniels leans forward, his expression serious but not unkind. First, we need your statement about what you witnessed tonight. After that, we'll discuss protective measures. I nod again and begin recounting everything. The gala, Senator Hayes' conversation with Victor Roth, and finally witnessing the murder. Daniels listens intently, occasionally jotting down notes but never interrupting. When I finish, he looks up from his notepad. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll ensure your safety moving forward. We're arranging for you to be placed in protective custody. He explains calmly. You'll be relocated to an undisclosed location until we can secure your safety long term. Chapter 2. Claire. The hum of the safe house's air conditioning becomes the soundtrack to my new reality as I pace back and forth, the gravity of my situation sinking in. I'm not just hiding. I'm a target. The life I knew, a world of catwalks and flashing cameras, is over. I stare at my reflection in the window, realizing that the woman who once commanded the attention of thousands now needs to vanish. My bare feet feel cold against the wooden floor, making me miss the designer heels I'm used to. I tug at the plain sweatshirt they gave me, practical but utterly devoid of style. It's not me. Grabbing my phone, I scroll through my contacts until I find the number for Agent Miller, my main point of contact with the FBI. He answers on the first ring. I need proper clothes, I demand. Proper clothes? Yes, designer items, I clarify. If I'm going to hide, I'm going to do it in style. There's a pause on his end before he responds. I'll see what I can do. Satisfied for now, I end the call and sink into one of the stiff chairs at the kitchen table. Time drags on as I wait for any sign that Agent Miller has fulfilled my request. Hours blend into an endless stretch of worry and self-reflection until finally, a knock on the door jolts me from my thoughts. I open it to find a plainclothed agent holding several garment bags. He steps inside without waiting for an invitation. Agent Miller thought you might appreciate these, he says, handing them over. I unzip one bag eagerly. The familiar scent of luxury fabric greets me, and for a moment, relief washes over me. Maybe hiding won't be so bad after all, if I can do it dressed in Chanel. I unzip the last garment bag, letting my fingers trace the fine stitching of a Versace dress. The soft, luxurious fabric is a small comfort in this sterile place. As I contemplate my next move, the sudden shattering of glass rips through the silence. Instinct takes over. I dive behind the couch just as armed intruders storm through the window. My heart slams against my ribs, adrenaline coursing through my veins like wildfire. I can't breathe, can't think, but I have to. Find her, a voice commands. Their heavy boots stomp closer, and I press myself tighter against the couch. Sweat beads on my forehead as I peek around the corner. 3 men, all armed to the teeth, sweep through the room methodically. I've got to move, now. I crawl towards the kitchen, each second feeling like an eternity. One of them turns his head, and I freeze, holding my breath. He moves on, and I slip into the narrow space behind the kitchen island. My mind races. How did they find me? There must be a mole in the agency. One of them gets too close, his eyes scanning the room with predatory intent. I grab a heavy bronze statue of Lady Justice from the counter, gripping it tightly. My heart pounds louder than their footsteps. When he rounds the corner, our eyes lock for a split second before instinct takes over again, with every ounce of strength I can muster. I swing the statue at his head. The impact reverberates up my arms as he crumples to the floor unconscious. Over here, another one shouts, spotting me. I bolt towards the door, but they're faster. Hands reach for me, grazing my arm as I twist away and run into the hallway. A bullet whizzes past me, embedding itself in the wall with a sickening thud. The front door bursts open just as I reach it. FBI agents flood in like an army of salvation. Gunfire erupts behind me as they engage with the intruders. Claire! Agent Miller's voice cuts through the chaos. I stumble into his arms, shaking but alive. He ushers me out to a waiting SUV while other agents secure the house. Once inside, he grips my shoulders firmly. Victor Roth escaped custody, he says grimly. Your life's in more danger than ever. I swallow hard, reality crashing down on me like a tidal wave. So what now? We relocate you again, he answers without missing a beat. Somewhere safer. My old life feels like a distant memory now as we speed away from yet another shattered sanctuary. Time is running out. Survival is all that matters now. A few hours later, I sit on a worn-out couch, wrapped in a scratchy wool blanket that does little to stop my shivering. The attack has left me feeling more like a ghost than the woman I once was. My eyes dart around the room, taking in the bleak surroundings of the new safe house. It's so different from the luxury I'm used to. Agent Miller and another agent, who I've come to know as the head of this operation, stand in the corner, conferring in hushed tones. Their eyes keep flicking toward me, their expressions grim. I clutch the blanket tighter around myself, trying to ward off the chill that has settled deep within me. Miller steps forward, his face set in a determined scowl. "We need to move you immediately," he says, voice firm. "Somewhere so remote, even a mole won't be able to find you." The head agent nods in agreement. "It's for your safety, Claire." I want to protest, to demand why this is happening to me, but I know there's no point. They're right. My life depends on it. "Where will I go?" My voice sounds small, even to my own ears. "We've arranged for you to be taken to a private location," Miller replies. "It's a remote place, completely off the grid." I nod slowly, trying to absorb the reality of it all. I have no choice but to go where they take me. "We'll leave immediately," Miller continues. "Pack whatever you need. We don't have much time." The hum of the SUV's engine blends with the rhythmic crunch of gravel under the tires. The world outside the tinted windows is a void, illuminated only by fleeting glimpses of headlights reflecting off the dense woods. I hug my knees to my chest, feeling every bump and turn as we snake through what seems like endless dark roads. My mind drifts back to the night of the murder, the senator's lifeless eyes, the glint of the knife in the tycoon's hand. A shiver runs down my spine as I recall his gaze locking onto mine. That moment changed everything. We pass a faded sign that reads, "Blue Ranch 5 miles." Relief mingles with anxiety. We're close to my new reality. The thought of rural life sends a pang of dread through me. No bustling city streets, no high fashion, or glitzy events. Just solitude and safety. The SUV slows as we approach a narrow dirt path leading into dense woods. My heart races as we venture deeper into what feels like another world entirely. Branches scrape against the windows like skeletal fingers trying to get in. Finally, we come to a stop in front of an old wooden gate. The driver steps out and opens it manually before driving us through. A sprawling ranch house looms ahead, its silhouette barely visible in the moonlight. "Welcome to Blue Ranch," Miller says as he opens my door. I step out into the cool night air, taking in my surroundings with wide eyes. This is it, my new home, my sanctuary from a world that's become too dangerous to inhabit.
Chapter 3. Ford. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling fields. I stride across my land, my boots kicking up dust with every step. The rhythmic sounds of nature are my only company. It's peaceful out here, a world apart from the chaos I left behind. The stables loom ahead, its weathered wood glowing in the fading light. I push open the heavy doors, greeted by the familiar scent of hay and animals. This is my sanctuary, a place where the past can't touch me. "Hey there, girl," I murmur, stroking the neck of my mare. She nuzzles my hand, a comforting presence in this world I've built for myself. I grab a pitchfork and start mucking out the stalls, the physical labor grounding me in a way nothing else can. Every thrust into the hay is like exorcising another ghost from my past life. A warm glow spills out from the windows of the ranch house, casting a comforting light over the fields. The sky above turns a deep indigo, the first stars peeking through the veil of night. I set about completing my evening chores, my steps steady and sure on the well-worn path to the stables. The horses greet me with soft nickers, their large eyes reflecting the glow from the house. I run a practiced hand along their sleek necks, feeling their warmth and strength. They nuzzle into my palm, seeking affection. "Easy there," I whisper to Bella, my favorite mare. She snorts softly, her breath warm against my skin. I move methodically through the tasks, checking feed, filling water troughs, ensuring everything is in order for the night. With the animals settled for the night, I make my way back to the house. The door creaks as I push it open, and I'm greeted by the familiar scent of wood and leather. The kitchen is cozy, bathed in a soft amber light that spills from an overhead lamp. I wash up at the sink, scrubbing away the dirt and sweat from a day's work. My movements are unhurried. There's no rush here. I dry my hands on a towel hanging nearby and move to the stove. The pork sizzles in the pan as I lay it down carefully, filling the room with its savory aroma. The sound is soothing, nothing like the cacophony of a bustling FBI office. I chop some vegetables with practiced ease, letting my mind wander to nothing in particular. Solitude has its own kind of contentment. It's found in these small moments, in the quiet sizzle of meat cooking, in the soft glow of lamplight against dark wood. I sit at my kitchen table with my meal spread before me, simple yet satisfying. Taking a bite, I let myself savor it fully. There's no one here to rush me or demand my attention. Here in Blue Ranch, I've carved out a life that's mine alone. And for me, that's enough. The chair molds to my form as I dig into my dinner, the taste of seasoned pork and fresh vegetables grounding me in this moment. I glance around the room, taking in the evidence of a life well lived and loved. Rodeo trophies catch the light from the lamp, their polished surfaces reflecting years of hard work and triumph. They stand as silent witnesses to my journey from FBI agent to rancher. My gaze shifts to the old lasso hanging by the door, its frayed ends a reminder of countless hours spent mastering the craft. Next to it, ranch equipment is neatly organized, a far cry from the chaotic tool shed back at the bureau. Every item has its place, each one essential to keeping this operation running smoothly. I take another bite, savoring the simple pleasure of a home-cooked meal. The splinters in the floorboards catch my eye again, nagging at me like unfinished business. I've been meaning to fix those for months now, but there always seems to be something more pressing. Still, it's a small price to pay for this sense of peace. The house itself feels lived in and loved. It's not perfect. It has its quirks and imperfections. But those same flaws make it feel real, make it feel like mine. The walls bear marks of time, scratches from moving furniture, faded spots where photos once hung. It's nothing like the sterile government safe houses I used to frequent. Here, there are no sterile white walls or cold metal furnishings. Instead, there's warmth in every corner, the welcoming glow of lamplight on a warm night, the scent of hay drifting in from outside, and the steady hum of crickets serenading the night. I finish my meal and lean back in my chair, letting out a contented sigh. This is what I fought for. This peace, this simplicity. And for now, that's enough. The stillness of the evening shatters with an urgent knock. I frown, the sound foreign out here. Few visit this far, especially not this late. My past whispers to me as I approach the door, my senses sharpening like a blade honed by years of necessity. With a cautious eye, I open it to reveal Matthias, his face etched with worry and urgency. "Matthias," I say, stepping aside to let him in. My eyes scan the perimeter as he crosses the threshold. Old habits die hard. He doesn't waste time with pleasantries. "Ford, I need your help," he begins, his voice tight with urgency. I gesture for him to sit at the kitchen table. He declines, pacing instead. "It's Claire McMillan," he says. The name means nothing to me. "Who?" My tone is gruff, my mind already sifting through possibilities. "She's a witness. High-profile model from NYC. She saw something she shouldn't have. Well, I guess I might as well say it. She saw a murder." "Why bring her here?" I lean against the counter, crossing my arms over my chest. Matthias stops pacing and looks me in the eye. "There's a mole in the agency. Her location got compromised. She needs a place no one would think to look." My jaw tightens. "And you thought of me," You owe me, Ford. His voice is low but firm. I remember that debt well. He's right. I do owe him. He saved my life during the failed mission that ended my fiancée so tragically. I let out a slow breath, the weight of old memories and loyalty settling on my shoulders. Tell me more. Matthias nods, gratitude flickering in his eyes before he launches into details about Claire. How she's on the run, her life hanging by a thread because she witnessed a powerful tycoon commit murder. She's got nowhere else to go, Matthias finishes, his voice raw with desperation. The peaceful life I've built feels fragile under this new strain. But a debt is a debt. My quiet existence is about to be disrupted in ways I can't yet foresee, but some instincts never die, protecting those who need it most being one of them. Chapter 4. Ford. Standing in the doorway, the night air cool on my skin, I watch the sleek government car pull up to my ranch. My jaw tightens, eyes fixed on the vehicle that's about to throw a wrench into my well-oiled life. This isn't what I signed up for when I retired. The car door swings open and out steps Claire McMillan. Even in the dim porch light, her elegance is glaringly obvious. She's a stunning black woman who clearly knows how good she looks. She's dressed to kill, literally and figuratively. Her designer clothes the exact opposite of the rugged simplicity of my ranch. It's like she stepped off a runway straight into this mess. She moves toward my house, heels clicking against the gravel, and I can't help but notice how out of place she looks here. The fancy threads, the flawless hair, none of it fits with the backdrop of my land. But it's her eyes that grab me. Doe brown and filled with something I recognize all too well. Fear masked by defiance. I lean against the wooden frame of my front door, arms crossed over my chest, watching her. Claire's silhouette is sharp against the car's interior light as she launches into a tirade with the agent by her side. Her voice cuts through the quiet like a scythe, and I can't help but catch every word. "I can't believe this," she snaps, batting at a mosquito that dared to venture too close. "Of all places, why here? I should be in New York or LA, not some... Her voice trails off as she struggles to find a word demeaning enough for Blue Ranch. I've heard that tone before. City folks who think the world ends at the outskirts of their concrete jungles. Look at this place. She waves a hand dramatically. There's dirt everywhere, and bugs. How am I supposed to walk in these shoes without ruining them? I stifle a chuckle. Shoes are her biggest concern right now. But then again, when your life gets flipped upside down, you cling to what you know. The agent tries to calm her down, offering platitudes that fall on deaf ears. Claire's having none of it. And what about when I need something? What if there's an emergency? Her hands are on her hips now, a clear sign she's gearing up for another round of complaints. You can't just leave me in the middle of nowhere. I'm like a sitting duck out here. I watch as she flings her arms up in exasperation, her frustration almost palpable. The agent mutters something about security and covertness, but Claire interrupts him. Hidden in plain sight. That's how you keep someone safe, not out here where I stick out like a sore thumb. It's hard not to admire her fire despite the irritation simmering in my gut. She's got guts. I'll give her that. Most folks would have crumbled by now. But patience has never been my strong suit, and as much as I understand her predicament, listening to her rant about my home, the place that's been my sanctuary, is grinding my gears. With a barely audible sigh, I step forward, the gravel under my boots crunching as I make my presence known. My voice, deep and laced with sarcasm, cuts through the tension. Or we could try Timbuktu. I hear they have a great witness protection program this time of year. Matthias turns to me, an apologetic grimace on his face like he's silently begging for forgiveness for dropping this city slicker on my doorstep. Meanwhile, Claire's gaze snaps to mine, her frustration finding a new target. Our eyes meet, and the air crackles with mutual irritation, an unspoken recognition that neither of us is happy with the situation. She opens her mouth, probably to let loose another round of complaints, but something in my stance must tell her it won't do any good. She clamps her lips shut instead, and we stand there, sizing each other up. "Are you the one?" she asks finally, her voice steady despite the edge of annoyance that colors each word. "I'm Ford Harrington," I reply curtly, "and you're standing on my property." Her eyes flicker over me, taking in my worn jeans and the Stetson hat that I haven't bothered to remove, and I can almost hear her thoughts ticking away. This isn't what she expected. Not at all. "Charming," she mutters under her breath before turning back to Matthias. "You can't be serious." Matthias rubs the back of his neck and looks between us like he's hoping for some kind of miracle. But I'm fresh out of those. All I've got is a ranch that needs tending, and a life that doesn't include playing babysitter to high-maintenance models. "Claire," Matthias starts, trying to smooth things over, "Ford here is your best shot at staying safe." She scoffs, folding her arms across her chest, a designer jacket that's probably worth more than a month's feed for my cattle. If by safe you mean bored to death, then sure. I raise an eyebrow at that. "Trust me, sweetheart," I drawl with a smirk that doesn't quite reach my eyes. "Life out here is anything but boring." I can feel Claire's glare boring into my soul. Matthias shifts uncomfortably, clearly caught between duty and an old friendship. "Matthias," I begin, my voice almost a low growl. "This arrangement, it's temporary. You understand?" He opens his mouth to respond, but I cut him off, my tone leaving no room for argument. "I'm serious. I didn't sign up to play host to anyone, especially not someone who's going to disrupt my life." Claire huffs, arms still crossed. "Disrupt your life? Oh, please, like this," she gestures wildly around the ranch, "is some kind of paradise." Ignoring her, I focus on Matthias. "You better find a more suitable arrangement soon," I say, half joking but with an edge that tells him I'm not messing around. "Otherwise, I might just dispose of her myself." Claire's eyes widen in shock and outrage. "Excuse me?" I hold up a hand before she can launch into another tirade. "Relax, it's a joke." My gaze hardens as it meets hers. "Mostly." Matthias looks between us again. "We're working on it," he assures me, his voice strained but sincere. "Just need some time to figure out where the leak is and set up a new safe house." He places a hand on my shoulder, a gesture meant to reassure but only serves to irritate me further. "Ford, she's our best shot at bringing down the tycoon. We need her safe." I shrug off his hand and step back into the shadows of my porch. "Fine," I relent begrudgingly, "but don't take too long." I study her as she glares at me. Clearly, she doesn't want to be here. I sigh. If I had my way, she wouldn't even be anywhere near my ranch, but I owe Matthias and she's in a dangerous situation. She may not like it, but she needs me. Way more than I need her. I won't hesitate to remind her of that if she starts acting up.
Chapter 5. Claire. I stand my ground, my chin tilting up in defiance. The heat creeping up my neck isn't lost on me, but I refuse to let him see how much his words sting. Angry, trapped in this mess, I can't let him think he's won. The man before me is a wall of muscle and attitude, every inch the rugged rancher. He's exactly the type I'd normally find irresistible. From the dark, long, curly hair to the scar on his lip, he looks like a bad boy who would be very popular in the city. But now, not a chance. His eyes are dark and piercing, almost daring me to make a scene. Well, challenge accepted. "Is this how you welcome all your guests?" I snap, folding my arms across my chest. The mosquitoes buzz around us like vultures, adding to my irritation. Or am I just lucky? He doesn't flinch, his gaze steady and unyielding. Just the ones who complain about everything within 5 minutes of arrival. I huff, glaring at him. I'm not complaining, I'm stating facts. This place I gesture around wildly at the ranch house and open fields, is a nightmare for someone like me. He steps closer, his boots crunching on the gravel. Then why are you here? His voice is low, sending a strange shiver down my back. Believe me, I spit back. If I had any other choice, I'd be anywhere but here. Matthias shifts awkwardly beside us, clearly regretting every life choice that led him to this moment. All right, he interjects, holding up his hands as if warding off a storm. Let's just all calm down. Ford's eyes don't leave mine. The challenge in them ignites something in me, something fierce and unyielding. Fine, he says finally, breaking eye contact to look at Matthias. But this better be temporary. It should be, Matthias assures him quickly. Ford turns back to me, his expression softening just a fraction, but only just. You'll stay in the guest room, he says curtly. Fantastic, I reply, with as much sarcasm as I can muster. I glare at Matthias, anger boiling over. What kind of protection is this? My voice rises with each word, frustration spilling out unchecked. I can feel Ford's eyes on me, but I don't care. You think shoving me out here is the solution? It's just another way to wash your hands of me. Matthias looks uncomfortable, but Ford steps forward, drawing my focus. His rugged face is unreadable. Is he another agent? Someone who's supposed to protect me but likely won't? His connection to Matthias complicates everything. Enough, Ford interrupts, his voice cutting through my rant like a knife. You're staying here, whether you like it or not. That declaration feels like a slap in the face. Oh, really? I snap back. And who are you to decide that? Another failed protector? Another person who thinks they know what's best for me? Ford's jaw tightens, and he takes a step closer, his height and build imposing. I'm the one who's stuck with you now, so yeah, I get a say. The air between us crackles with tension. Stuck with me, I scoff. You think this is some inconvenience for you? Try being hunted by a murderous tycoon. His eyes flash with something, anger, maybe empathy, but it's gone too fast to tell. Look, he says, his voice lowering but still firm. I'm not here to be your friend or your enemy. I'm here because Matthias asked me to keep you safe. I fold my arms tighter across my chest, my gaze never leaving his. Safe? On this godforsaken ranch? How am I supposed to believe that? He doesn't back down. Believe what you want. But right now, this is your best option. Best option, I mutter under my breath, shaking my head in disbelief. Ford sighs, clearly exasperated, but maintaining his ground. We don't have to like each other, he says evenly. But we do have to deal with each other. I take a deep breath, trying to steady the whirlwind of emotions inside me. Fear mingles with anger and frustration, making it hard to think clearly. Don't expect me to be grateful, I finally say through gritted teeth. Matthias hastily steps in, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. All right, enough? Both of you calm down. Ford and I both turn to him, our hostility momentarily halted. Matthias's eyes dart between us. We can't afford this kind of animosity right now. You both need to understand the gravity of the situation. I bite my lip, trying to reel in my anger. The reality of it all, the danger I'm in, the unfamiliarity of this place, it's suffocating. Ford crosses his arms over his chest, his face a mask of stone. Claire, Matthias starts, his tone softer now, almost pleading. Let me officially introduce the two of you to each other. This is Ford Harrington. He's a retired FBI agent and one of the few people I trust with your safety. Ford gives a curt nod, not taking his eyes off me. And Ford, Matthias continues, This is Claire McMillan. She's a renowned model and the key witness in a high-profile case. As you know, her life is in immediate danger. I huff, looking away. Great. Another man who thinks he can save me. Matthias takes a deep breath before continuing. Ford's agreed to protect you here because it's remote and secure. He pauses for effect, as if trying to gauge whether we're actually listening. The FBI's compromised right now. We can't risk another breach. I shift uncomfortably, the weight of Matthias's words sinking in. How long? I ask quietly. Matthias's expression turns somber. Indefinitely. The word hangs heavy in the air between us. Indefinitely? My stomach churns at the thought. The glitz and glamour of my old life seem galaxies away now. Ford breaks the silence first. We have rules here, he states bluntly, as if reading from an invisible rule book he's crafted for himself over years of solitude. You follow them, we'll get along just fine. Rules? This isn't some game where I can simply abide by a list of do's and don'ts to ensure my survival. Matthias clears his throat again, trying to maintain some semblance of control over this rapidly spiraling situation. Look, he says, glancing between Ford and me once more. I know this isn't ideal for either of you, but right now, it's our best shot at keeping you safe. I swallow hard, feeling the walls close in around me even though we're standing outside under an open sky. Life on this ranch is going to be nothing like the city life I adore, the life I'm used to. Fine, I say finally, my voice barely more than a whisper. Ford narrows his eyes slightly, but nods once in acknowledgement. Matthias looks relieved, but still tense as he continues briefing us on what's expected during my stay here at Blue Ranch Town. The reality settles in like an unwelcome guest. I'm stuck here with a man who seems to disdain my very presence, and for how long?
Chapter 6. Ford. Matthias's car disappears into the night, leaving a trail of dust that settles slowly. I stand there, the weight of Claire's presence sinking in. The walls I've built around my life suddenly feel like paper. I really don't want this kind of disruption, but there's no turning back now. I turn to Claire, her figure a stark contrast to the rustic simplicity of my ranch. Follow me, I grunt, leading her into the house. The click of her designer heels on the wooden floor grates on my nerves. We move through the house in silence, my words clipped and efficient. Kitchen's here. You need something. You get it yourself. Her eyes scan the room with clear disdain, but she doesn't say a word. We pass through the living room, filled with my rodeo trophies and ranch gear. Living room, I mutter, not bothering to explain further. Her curt nod feels like a victory. Finally, we reach the guest room. I push open the door, revealing a space cluttered with boxes and layered in dust. Spiderwebs cling to the corners, shimmering under the weak light. Claire's eyes widen in horror. This is your room, I say flatly. You'll have to clean it up yourself. Her lips part in disbelief. You're kidding. I cross my arms over my chest, leaning against the doorframe. Welcome to Blue Ranch. She steps inside hesitantly, her fingers brushing against a dusty box before recoiling. This is unacceptable. I shrug. It's what I got. Her frustration bubbles over as she spins around to face me. I can't live like this. You'll have to adapt, I reply coolly, enjoying her discomfort more than I should. She huffs out a breath, her shoulders stiffening as she looks around again. This place is crawling with insects. Consider it part of the charm, I say with a smirk. I watch Claire's eyes narrow, her jaw setting stubbornly. She's not used to hearing no, that much is clear. But this is my house, my rules. I'm not cleaning your room, I state, voice firm. You want a place to stay? You clean it. Her glare could cut glass. This is ridiculous. You expect me to live in this hovel? My lips twitch, holding back a smirk. Yes, I do. She crosses her arms over her chest, clearly not budging. You're the host. It's your responsibility. I step closer, looming over her. You want protection? This is how it works here. Everyone pulls their weight. Even you. She huffs, tossing her hair over her shoulder. Fine, she snaps finally, snatching the broom I hand her with more force than necessary. I retreat to the living room, sinking into my chair by the fireplace. The crackle of flames is a familiar comfort, one that helps drown out the clatter and muttered curses from the guest room. A cold beer in hand, I take a long swig and listen to the symphony of Claire's indignation mixed with the sounds of battle against dust and spiders. It's almost amusing. The high-fashion model against rural grime. Her frustration echoes through the house. Stupid broom! And these cobwebs! Ugh! She swats at something, letting out noises of frustration. I can't help but chuckle softly to myself. The difference between our worlds has never been clearer. Another crash reverberates through the walls, followed by an exasperated groan. She's determined, though. I'll give her that much. Leaning back, I stare into the fire, savoring my beer and the small victory of setting boundaries from the get-go. This arrangement won't be easy for either of us, but if she wants my protection, she'll have to learn how things work around here. Her protests grow louder as she wrestles with another wave of dust bunnies. This is insane. How do you live like this? The answer comes easily, discipline and necessity, but I keep it to myself, content with letting her find out firsthand what life on Blue Ranch entails. For now, I let her grumble and curse as much as she wants. She's learning fast that out here, there are no shortcuts or special treatments. And maybe, just maybe, she'll realize that surviving this place will require more than just high heels and fancy clothes. A shriek pierces the relative calm, followed by a string of expletives. I can't help the smirk that tugs at my lips. Claire's getting a taste of ranch life, whether she likes it or not. Good for her, indeed. Setting my beer aside, I rise from my chair and saunter toward the guest room. Her voice rises in pitch and intensity as I approach, filled with both disgust and terror. "What in the actual hell is this?" she yells, standing on a chair, brandishing the broom like a weapon. I lean against the doorframe, arms crossed over my chest. Problem? Her wide eyes dart to me, then back to the corner where a rather sizable spider hangs from its web. That thing is a menace. Get rid of it. I let out a low chuckle. Welcome to nature. Her face contorts in frustration. This isn't funny. Do something. I stroll over casually and swipe the spider into an old glass jar sitting nearby. It skitters inside, and I cap it off before giving Claire a smug look. See? No big deal. She lowers herself cautiously from the chair, brushing imaginary dirt from her designer dress. This place is a nightmare, she mutters. Could be worse, I say, taking a step back and heading for the door. Worse? How? She demands, following me out of the room. I glance back at her with an amused grin. You'll find out eventually. Claire's jaw drops slightly before she regains her composure. You're impossible. I shrug. You're in my world now. Better get used to it. She huffs and turns back to her cleaning project, muttering under her breath about stubborn ranchers and impossible living conditions. Returning to my chair by the fireplace after letting the spider outside, I sink back into the worn cushions with satisfaction. The flames dance before me as I take another swig of my beer, savoring both the taste and the small victories of the evening. Claire's continued grumbling reaches my ears, but there's something almost comforting about it, a reminder that despite everything that's happened, life goes on in its own strange way. The night deepens around us, filled with sounds of nature outside, and Claire's ongoing battle with dust inside. For now, I let her learn these lessons on her own terms. She'll either adapt or break. Only time will tell which way she'll go. My mind wanders to the new mission I've been handed so unexpectedly. I know I'll be able to handle the protection side of the task. Dealing with the diva, though, will be my biggest challenge. All the training I've received prepared me for situations just like this, but I get the feeling that handling a beautiful model might just prove to be what I find the most difficult in the days to come. I take a sip of beer. Damn you, Matthias.
Chapter 7. Claire. The morning light sneaks through the curtains, spotlighting the dust motes that dance in its rays. I stretch, every muscle protesting the night's labor. This guest room, no, this cell with its plain walls and lingering cobwebs, might be cleaner, but it's a universe away from my silk sheets and skyline views. Sleep was a restless adversary, my dreams a tangle of runway applause and shadowed threats. I kept seeing Victor's cold, merciless eyes swimming before me. I sit up, the old mattress creaking under my weight. The unfamiliar sounds of the countryside filter through the window. Birds chirping, a distant cow mooing, the wind whispering secrets to the tall grass. It's peaceful to some, maybe, but to me, it's like living on another planet, one I didn't ask to be taken to. Dragging myself out of bed, I step onto the cool wooden floor and head for the window. Pulling back the curtain just a crack, I peek outside. The vast expanse of land stretches out before me, Ford's kingdom, his sanctuary from whatever demons he's running from. And now it's my prison. The thought has bitterness swirling in my stomach. How did I end up here? One moment I'm strutting down the catwalk, cameras flashing like strobe lights. The next, I'm hiding out in Hicksville because I saw something I shouldn't have. I let the curtain fall back into place and turn away from the window. There's no use wallowing. It won't change a thing. Instead, I focus on what comes next, facing Ford and whatever rules he has cooked up for me. The insistent growl of my stomach pulls me from the depths of my self-pity. I glance at the clock. It's 9 a.m., far later than I intended to sleep. Panic flutters in my chest. Where do I even find food in this place? No one's briefed me on meals or the workings of the ranch. I slip into a pair of slippers, the ones I begrudgingly bought at some tourist trap on the way here. They're kitschy, adorned with cartoon cows and barns, nothing like my usual silk robes and satin mules. Stepping out of the guest room, I wander through the quiet house. Each creak of the wooden floorboards is foreign to my ears. Every framed picture of horses and wide-open skies a reminder that I'm out of my element. Where is everyone? Does everyone even exist in this solitary place? The house is still, too still, and so I venture to the back door, squinting against the glare of the morning sun. And there he is, Ford, out in the yard, his focus on repairing a chair. The hammer in his hand comes down with a rhythmic thud, each strike sure and practiced. For a moment, I'm taken aback, caught off guard by the sight of him. His shirtless torso glistens with sweat from the morning's toil, muscles rippling with each movement. He's tan, his skin glistening, and it's an unexpected display of raw physicality that snags my attention despite myself. I stare in begrudging admiration. He looks really good, with the sun shining down on his bare torso. But then my stomach rumbles again. It pulls me back to reality, reminding me that whatever aesthetic distraction Ford offers is secondary to my current predicament. I need to find food. And fast. I swallow my pride and step outside, my slippers crunching on the gravel. "Hey, Ford!" My voice carries across the yard, and he pauses mid-swing, looking up with a raised brow. The sun glints off his dark eyes, making them seem even more intense. He sets the hammer down and reaches behind him, grabbing a wicker basket. With a swift motion, he tosses it to me. I barely catch it, fumbling awkwardly before clutching it to my chest. "What's this for?" I demand, confusion lacing my words. A grin spreads across his face, mischievous, almost boyish. "If you want breakfast, you'll need to collect eggs from the chickens yourself. I blink at him, incredulous. You're joking? Do I look like I'm joking? His eyes twinkle with amusement, clearly enjoying my discomfort. I protest, feeling indignation bubble up inside me. I don't know how to collect eggs. I'm starving. He crosses his arms over his broad chest, clearly unimpressed by my outburst. Then I guess you better learn quick. This is ridiculous, I huff. Didn't the FBI give you any funds for my upkeep? Ford's expression turns dismissive. Funds or no funds, everyone here pulls their weight. You want to eat? Contribute. My hands tighten around the basket's handle. You can't expect me to. I can, he cuts in sharply. Or you can go back to your old life. He nods toward the horizon, as if the world beyond his ranch is waiting for me with open arms. I grit my teeth. His challenge fuels my determination more than anything else could. I won't let him see me falter or back down. But the thought of walking among chickens, this is absurd. My voice echoes across the yard, the frustration boiling over. I didn't ask for any of this. You can't just expect me to. Ford stands there, a mountain of unyielding calm. You're in my house now, and you'll follow my rules if you want to eat. My rights, I start, but my stomach betrays me with another loud grumble. My cheeks heat up, an involuntary admission that cuts through my argument like a knife. He watches me, those dark eyes holding a silent challenge. He doesn't need to say anything. His stance, his calm defiance, says it all. Fine, I snap. What are these rules of yours? A small smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth, and he nods slightly. You'll assist with ranch duties. Every day? Every day? I balk. You've got to be kidding me. No refusals, he continues as if I hadn't spoken. I'll call on you for 3 tasks each day. I cross my arms over my chest, trying to stand as firm as he does. And what if I refuse? Then you don't eat. His tone is matter of fact, as if he's stating something as simple as the weather. This is ridiculous, I mutter again, but my resolve weakens under the weight of my hunger. I take a deep breath and negotiate fiercely. Fine, but not 3 tasks a day. That's outrageous. His eyes narrow slightly, considering. 2. 1, I counter immediately. He pauses for a moment, then nods once more. 1 non-negotiable daily chore. I feel a small surge of triumph, but try not to let it show too much. Okay, I agree. But you'd better make it clear what you expect from me. You'll find out soon enough, he replies. I frown at him. So you keep saying. We stand there, him with his arms crossed and a smug look on his face. Me clutching the wicker basket like a lifeline. It's a standoff of sorts, but one where I've already lost. The tension is thick enough to cut with one of those fancy cheese knives I used to adore. I know I have no choice but to acquiesce. Ford watches me, probably getting a kick out of my discomfort. Very well, I say through gritted teeth. Show me these stupid chickens.
Your grandfather doesn't have long to live. His condition has worsened and the only treatment is...
Something I can't afford.
Did you see this? Jacob Stone, billionaire playboy scores again.
2 jobs and I still can't afford the medicine to get my granddaddy healthy.
Morning, Nyla. Ready for another day in paradise?
Jacob, your latest escapade with that actress. What was her name?
This isn't who you are. It's time to settle down. Show the board that you can offer stability. Show them who you really are.
I'll show them. I'll show them all. I may be a billionaire, but it's not like I can just go out and buy a bride, right?
Can I help you?
Yeah, I think maybe you can. Maybe we can help each other.
Grandpa, I'm in too deep. What am I gonna do?
Chapter 8. Ford. The kitchen smells like eggs and toast as I stand over the stove, flipping the eggs with a flick of my wrist. It's simple, but it's what I've got. I glance over my shoulder to see Claire sitting at the table, her designer-clad figure looking entirely out of place against the rustic backdrop. Her fingers drum impatiently on the wood, and she's staring at the food like it might bite her. I slide the plate in front of her. Eat up. She looks down at it, eyebrows knitting together in distaste. Is this it? Where are the fresh fruits? The pastries? Welcome to ranch life, I say, sitting across from her. This is what we have. You either eat or go hungry. She pokes at the eggs with her fork, pushing them around but not actually taking a bite. Her lips purse in that city girl pout that seems to be permanently fixed on her face since she got here. I can't believe this is happening, she mutters. You want me to make you a 5-star breakfast? Not happening, I tell her, taking a hearty bite of my own toast. She sighs dramatically, finally spearing a piece of egg and bringing it to her mouth. The look on her face is pure agony, as if she's being forced to eat mud. You're gonna have to get used to this, I say between bites. We're not in New York City anymore. After breakfast, I pull out a bundle from under the counter and toss it onto the table in front of her. She eyes it suspiciously before picking it up and unraveling it. What is this? She asks, holding up a flannel shirt and some well-worn jeans. Your attire for today, I answer simply. Her nose wrinkles in disgust. You expect me to wear this? I chuckle, unable to help myself. Unless you want to ruin those designer clothes of yours. She scowls at me but grabs the bundle and storms off towards her room. A few minutes later, she emerges dressed in the flannel and jeans, but still wearing those ridiculous high-heeled boots. Seriously? I ask, pointing at her feet. She looks down and back up at me defiantly. They're all I have. Shaking my head, I walk over to the closet by the door and pull out an old pair of work boots. They're not fancy, but they'll do the job. Here, I say, handing them over. These will serve you better out here. She takes them reluctantly, looking like she's just been handed a bag of rocks. These are hideous. They're practical, I counter with a grin. I lead Claire out into the fresh morning air, the sun already high enough to start its slow bake of the earth. She trails behind me, eyeing the wide expanse of the ranch with something like wariness. It's a whole different world from her high-rise views and city streets. We reach the chicken pen, and I can't help but let a smirk play across my lips. This is going to be good. All right, here's the scoop. Literally, I say, handing her a metal scoop brimming with feed. Chicks are over there and the older hens are in this section. Just scatter it around evenly. Claire eyes the scoop as if it's a foreign object, her delicate fingers wrapped around the handle like she's afraid it'll bite her. And they just eat it off the ground? She asks, disbelief coloring her tone. Yep, I reply with a nod. They're not picky. She steps closer to the pen, her movements stiffer than a boardwalk model's strut. The moment the chickens catch sight of her and their meal, they come running, or as close to running as chickens can get. Claire lets out a yelp that echoes off the barn walls and jumps back like she's been electrocuted, sending feed flying everywhere except where it should be. The chickens descend on it like feathery piranhas, clucking and pecking in a frenzied feast. I can't hold back a laugh at her horrified expression. They won't hurt you, I assure her. Just be firm and keep scattering. She gives me a look that could curdle milk before bending down again, this time managing to toss some feed into the pen without causing another riot. The smell hits her next, that unmistakable mix of dirt, feathers, and chicken droppings that permeates every poultry pen known to man. She recoils as if slapped, one hand flying to her nose while the other still clutches the scoop. "Oh my God!" she gasps out. "What is that stench?" Nature, I answer dryly. You'll get used to it. She shoots me another glare but says nothing more on the matter. And once they're done eating, I continue, nodding toward the now quiet hens pecking away contentedly, your next task is cleaning out their living space. Her head whips around so fast I'm surprised she doesn't get whiplash. You want me to do what? Clean the pen, I repeat calmly. Can't have them living in filth. But you said one task a day. Her protests are cut short by an enthusiastic chorus of clucks and flaps as one of the hens flutters its wings vigorously, sending up a miniature dust storm right by her feet. Yeah, one task. Taking care of the chickens. She sputters and coughs, waving away the cloud of dirt and feathers now settling onto her once pristine jeans and boots. Her face says it all. She's never had less fun in her life. I lean against the fence post, arms crossed over my chest as I watch Claire navigate this new world of hers, one chicken at a time. From the safety of clean air, I watch the spectacle. Her flailing attempts to deal with the chickens have me laughing so hard my sides ache. It's a sight to behold, her city slickness no match for the reality of farm life. She glares at me through the chicken wire, eyes blazing with anger, as palpable as the dust she's kicking up in the pen. I lean against the fence, savoring every second. You're doing great, city girl, I call out, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Really showing those chickens who's boss. She mutters something under her breath, likely a string of expletives not fit for polite company. Her face is a mask of frustration and stubborn determination, and I can't help but find it amusing. There's something satisfying about seeing her out of her element, wrestling with tasks she never imagined doing. Need any help? I tease, knowing full well she'll refuse. I'd hate for you to break a nail. Her glare intensifies if that's even possible. I've got it, she snaps back, using the spade I gave her to clean out the dirt and droppings. I chuckle, shaking my head. Just think of it as character building, I say. A bit of dirt under your nails might be good for you. Claire straightens up and faces me, hands on her hips, looking every bit like a disgruntled fashionista forced into manual labor. Character building, she echoes incredulously. Is that what you call this? Absolutely, I reply with a grin. Out here, we don't have time for pampering. You'll be a ranch hand in no time. I can't help but suddenly enjoy this little slice of chaos she brings into my otherwise orderly life. Claire Macmillan might be out of her element now, but something tells me she'll find her footing soon enough, if only out of sheer stubbornness to prove me wrong.
Chapter 9. Claire. The crowing of roosters yanks me from a restless sleep. Sunlight already creeping through the thin curtains. I groan, every muscle in my body protesting as I sit up. 3 days of this grueling ranch life, and my entire being feels like it's been put through a meat grinder. Ford has me running around doing chores from dawn till dusk, and it doesn't help that he's always breathing down my neck, watching my every move with that infuriating smirk. I stumble to the mirror, barely recognizing the wild-haired woman staring back at me. My once perfectly styled curls now stick out in chaotic angles, a sad version of my usual runway-ready appearance. A grimace tugs at my lips as I take in the absence of makeup and the dark circles under my eyes. The chic model I used to be seems like a distant memory now. Using a dry towel to wipe my face, I try to muster the energy for another day. The past few days have been a relentless cycle of chores that never seem to end. Feeding animals, cleaning pens, mending fences. Every task leaves me more exhausted than the last. My designer clothes are useless here. Practicality has replaced fashion. Ford even threw one of my favorite dresses into a box labeled city stuff, claiming it had no place on a ranch. I wanted to scream at him, but held back, knowing it wouldn't change anything. His constant presence doesn't help either. He's always around, giving instructions with that infuriatingly calm demeanor. His eyes track my every movement, silently judging my ways. It's like he gets some twisted pleasure out of watching me struggle. I sigh and attempt to tame my unruly hair into something resembling order. The comb snags on tangles, every pull reminding me of how far removed I am from the glamorous life I once led. Every minute here feels like a battle against both the environment and myself. With one final look in the mirror, I straighten up and head out to face another day of ranch life under Ford's watchful eye. It's going to be another long day, but I've got no choice but to keep going. Outside, Ford is already up and active, looking infuriatingly vibrant as he goes about his morning routine. I watch him pull on his boots, the ease of his movement sparking a reluctant admiration I refuse to fully acknowledge. He's got that rugged charm down to an art, and it's maddening how effortlessly he seems to handle everything. I watch him quietly, envious of how easy he makes life out here look. How long has he lived out here? Has he always been alone? Doesn't life out in the middle of nowhere get lonely? I shake my head, deciding that the answers to personal questions like that are none of my business. My stomach grumbles loudly, a reminder of my current predicament. The sparse breakfast from yesterday wasn't enough, and I'm starving. I frown, realizing that I'm suddenly eating more than I ever did before. I suppose all the hard work I'm expected to do is taking its toll on my body. What I wouldn't do for some fresh caviar or truffles. Just as I'm about to head back inside to scrounge up whatever semblance of food I can find, Ford's voice cuts through the morning air. "Can you cook?" His question catches me off guard. I blink at him through the window, my spirit lifting at the unexpected inquiry. Cooking is my secret passion, the one thing I excel at beyond the runway. The thought of whipping up a meal in a real kitchen fills me with a sudden burst of enthusiasm. "Yes," I respond confidently, a grin spreading across my face. Ford nods, seemingly satisfied with my answer. Good. We're heading out to the town market for supplies. I can't help but feel a flicker of hope at his words. Maybe my complaints about the food situation hadn't fallen on deaf ears after all. Finally, something to look forward to. An outing and an opportunity to do something I actually enjoy. As we step outside, hesitation flickers across my face. The idea of venturing into town, even one as small and remote as Blue Ranch, makes me uneasy. What if someone recognizes me? I voice my concern, trying to keep the panic at bay. The last thing I need is a stranger snapping a photo and blowing my cover. Ford's eyes meet mine, his expression softening slightly. "Claire, this place is a world away from your old life. Nobody here is looking for a runway model." He gestures around us, the vast openness emphasizing his point. Rural anonymity is our biggest advantage. I chew on his words, contemplating the unfamiliar reality he's describing. No flashing cameras, no gossip columns waiting to pounce on my every move. Just the quiet existence of small-town life. It's so very different to everything I've ever known. He takes a step closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "Dressing down will help you blend in seamlessly. Trust me, no one's going to recognize you in simple country attire." The idea of swapping my designer clothes for something more practical grates against my fashion instincts. Yet the logic in his words is undeniable. If anonymity means survival, then perhaps it's time to embrace this new look. With a resigned nod, I agree to give it a try. Ford leads me back inside, handing over a pile of clothes that scream practicality over style. I take them reluctantly, feeling like I'm trading pieces of my identity for safety. Back in front of the mirror, I pull on the clothes Ford provided. Faded jeans that hug my hips snugly, and a plain flannel shirt that feels surprisingly soft against my dark skin. The ensemble is completed with sturdy boots that have seen better days but offer the promise of comfort and durability. I turn slowly, inspecting myself from all angles. The reflection staring back at me is almost unrecognizable, not even slightly similar to the polished image I'm used to seeing. Yet there's something oddly liberating about it. The outfit is a little similar to the one I wore to take care of the chickens, but less dirty and ragged. I'm surprised at how well it suits me. I stare at myself in the mirror again, my heart thudding for a reason I can't quite name. This side of me has never seen the light of day, stripped of glamour and pretense, just raw and real. It's a part of myself I never knew existed, and as strange as it feels, it's not entirely bad. An unexpected smile plays on my lips as I tie my hair into a ponytail. For once, there are no expectations to meet or appearances to maintain, just the simple act of being. Although I hate the situation I'm in, I'm still glad I get to experience this simpler part of life. Of course, I'd rather return to my old life, but maybe, just maybe, I'll survive this ordeal with a few good memories and some valuable life lessons learned.
Chapter 10. Ford. My truck rumbles into the gravel lot of the town market, the familiar sight of vendor stalls and locals milling about, bringing a sense of routine. I cut the engine, glancing over at Claire. Her face lights up as she steps out, eyes widening at the colorful spread of fresh produce. "Look at all this," she breathes, more to herself than to me. We weave through the market, my steps naturally falling into a protective rhythm beside her. My gaze never strays far from her, noting how each interaction with the locals lifts her mood. She stops to admire a basket of ripe tomatoes, her fingers grazing their smooth skin. "Morning, miss." An elderly woman greets her from behind a table laden with homemade jams and preserves. "You must be new around here." Claire's smile is bright, genuine. "I am. Just moved in recently." "Well, welcome to Blue Ranch Town," the woman says warmly. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Claire thanks her and moves on, her steps lighter. She exchanges pleasantries with other vendors, every interaction chipping away at my initial impression of her. She's not as aloof or out of place as I thought. At another stall, she picks up a jar of honey, chatting with an old man about his bees and their work. Her laugh rings out, clear and infectious, and I catch myself almost smiling. "Ford!" a voice calls out from across the market. It's John, one of my neighbors and a regular at these gatherings. "Hey, John." I nod in his direction as he approaches us. "This your new helper?" He gestures towards Claire with a friendly grin. "Something like that," I reply, not elaborating further. Claire extends a hand to John. "I'm Claire." He shakes it firmly. "Pleasure to meet you. Ford here doesn't bring many folks around." Her eyes flicker to me briefly before she responds with another warm smile. I'm honored then. As we continue through the market, I keep watching her out of the corner of my eye. She's different from what I expected. More adaptable, warmer. Maybe there's more to her than just makeup and high heels. I find myself grudgingly admitting that she's not just a complication in my life, but maybe something more tolerable than I thought. We stop at the butcher's stand, the familiar scent of raw meat and spices mingling in the air. I select pork and other meats, my choices driven by habit and preference. Claire's eyes dart over the selections, but she's not shy about steering us toward a brightly colored array of fruits and vegetables nearby. "Those tomatoes look incredible," she says, her fingers brushing over their smooth surfaces. "We should get some." I can't help but smirk. Not exactly steak and potatoes, but sure. She laughs, shaking her head at me. "A balanced diet never hurt anyone, Ford." An older lady at the vegetable stall watches us with a knowing smile. She approaches, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "You two make a lovely couple," she remarks, voice full of warmth. Claire chuckles lightly, quick to correct her. "Oh no, we're not." I jump in smoothly, cutting off any awkwardness before it can take root. "Claire's a friend visiting from the city," I explain casually, my tone easy. She's getting a taste of country life. The lady nods, still smiling but clearly intrigued. Well, it's always nice to have visitors. Blue Ranch can be quite charming. Claire grins, her earlier tension easing away. It's certainly different from what I'm used to, she admits. Different can be good, I add, steering the conversation away from any personal inquiries with practiced ease. Years in the FBI taught me how to deflect like a pro. The old lady pats Claire's arm gently before moving on to another customer. Claire watches her go, a soft smile lingering on her lips. You're pretty good at this whole small-town thing, she says quietly. Comes with practice, I reply, picking up a few more items for our basket. Let's get what we need and head back. She nods, falling into step beside me as we move through the market together. Claire's basket bulges with a rainbow of vegetables and fruits, her selections wildly different to the meat and potatoes in mine. I can't help but notice how her eyes light up with each new addition. Kale, bell peppers, even a few exotic fruits I can't name. She's a walking health food advertisement, while my choices scream bachelor comfort food. We're an odd pair, navigating the stalls, and I'm aware of the amused glances we draw from the other market goers. The whispers and knowing looks don't escape me. I've lived here long enough to recognize when the rumor mill starts churning. An older gentleman selling homemade bread chuckles as he hands me a loaf. Trying to balance each other out, eh? He teases, nodding toward our respective baskets. Claire and I exchange an awkward laugh, our eyes meeting for a brief moment. There's an unspoken agreement between us. Let them think what they want. We're just two people trying to make the best of an unusual situation. I shift my weight from one foot to the other, feeling the unexpected warmth of her gaze. It's unsettling and not entirely unwelcome. I quickly turn my attention back to the vendor, eager to move on before anyone else gets ideas. Thanks, I say gruffly, handing over some cash before steering Claire toward another stall. The rest of the market visit passes in a similar fashion, curious stares and subtle nudges from townsfolk we encounter. Every time, Claire handles it with grace and humor that seems to come naturally to her. She deflects their assumptions with a skill that rivals my own trained nonchalance. At one point, we pause by a stall with an array of potted herbs. Claire runs her fingers over the fragrant leaves of basil and mint, inhaling deeply. These would be perfect for cooking, she muses aloud. I glance at her basket, already heavy with her choices, and then back at my own. The difference is almost comical now, her vibrant greens against my muted earth tones. We reach for a pot of rosemary at the same time, our hands brushing briefly before we both pull away. It's a jolt of contact that sends a ripple through me, a reminder that despite everything, we're just two people trying to navigate this new normal together. We awkwardly laugh together as we retreat our hands at the same time. Take it, I say, and turn to look around at the stalls. I think we have everything we came for, but Claire may still need something. Is there anything else you require? Require? No. She laughs. But why so formal, farmer? I scowl. Habit from when I was on the job. Sorry. She nods, and the two of us remember the true situation we're in. We were momentarily distracted, but her life is still in danger, and I'm still supposed to keep her safe. Sensing that the lightness of the morning has come to an end, I suggest that we head back to the ranch. Claire agrees, her mood shifting from airy to somber, and I feel a pang of unexpected guilt.
Chapter 11. Claire. I survey the ranch house, taking in the tidy space that's become a testament to my newfound resolve. It's almost noon, and I've decided to tackle today's chore with a bit of flair. Standing in the kitchen, I'm surrounded by an array of ingredients I'd picked out myself from the market. Today, I'll prove that my talents stretch far beyond strutting down a runway. The scent of fresh herbs fills the air as I chop and dice with precision. A pot simmers on the stove, and I can't help but smile, feeling a surge of pride at the thought of Ford tasting my cooking. He's used to his one-man meals, simple, functional sustenance, but today he's in for a treat. As if summoned by the aroma, Ford appears in the doorway, leaning against the frame with that ever-present furrow in his brow. His eyes follow me around the kitchen, a hint of curiosity breaking through his usual stoic facade. He watches silently as I move from counter to stove, my rhythm uninterrupted by his scrutiny. I catch him out of the corner of my eye, looking somewhat out of place amidst the clatter of pots and pans, a rugged fixture in my temporary sanctuary. It's odd how his silent presence can fill a room, his tall frame casting a shadow that seems to stretch across the floorboards. In an unexpected move, he steps forward, offering to help. "Need a hand with that?" he asks, nodding toward the skillet sizzling with the vegetables. I hesitate for a fraction of a second before shaking my head. "Actually, you know what? You can grab us some plates." I gesture toward the cupboard with my knife as I flip the contents of the skillet expertly. He moves closer, reaching for the plates but ends up crowding me against the counter. His proximity sends a ripple through my focus. His presence is suddenly more distracting than helpful. "Ford," I start, trying to keep my tone light despite my mounting frustration. "I appreciate it, but you're kind of in the way." He pauses mid-reach and looks down at me with those piercing eyes, a silent challenge passing between us. "Right," he says after a moment, taking a step back and raising his hands in surrender. "I'll just continue with my own work then." He retreats to his safe spot by the doorway, watching me once more as if he's not sure what to make of this version of me, the one who commands her space in the kitchen just as confidently as on any catwalk. Without saying a word, he goes outside. I stand at the sink, washing the last of the dishes, my mind wandering as the warm water rushes over my hands. Through the kitchen window, I steal a glance at Ford. He's out there, in his element, moving with a kind of grace that belies his imposing stature. His cowboy hat casts a shadow over his eyes, but I can still see the determination etched on his face as he goes about his work. The sight is oddly mesmerizing, and I catch myself staring longer than I should. The memory of the market's whispers creeps into my thoughts. That old lady's mistaken assumption that we were newlyweds makes me laugh inwardly and then sigh deeply. If only she knew how far from reality that was. Ford and I are like oil and water, our worlds colliding in ways that neither of us had anticipated. But as much as I scoffed at her suggestion, a part of me can't help but dwell on it. Marriage. The idea feels like a relic from another life, a concept so foreign now that it might as well belong to someone else entirely. My life has become a series of unpredictable turns and forced adaptations, every day pulling me further from the glitz and glamour I once reveled in. A wave of melancholy washes over me, souring my mood. The uncertainty gnaws at my resolve. When will I be able to return to my old life? The life where my biggest worry was whether I'd land the next big runway show or which designer's gown I'd wear. The questions hang heavy in the air, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. I dry my hands on a towel, trying to shake off the gloom settling over me like an unwelcome guest. Glancing back out the window, Ford is now working with one of the horses, his strong hands gentle yet firm as he tends to its mane. There's something grounding about watching him. His steadfastness amidst all this chaos offers a strange kind of solace, yet it's fleeting. Reality snaps back with a vengeance. My glamorous life feels like it's slipping through my fingers with each passing day here in Blue Ranch Town. How long will this purgatory last? How long can I hold on to who I was while adapting to who I'm forced to become? As if sensing my gaze, Ford looks up briefly, catching my eye through the glass. He gives a slight nod before returning to his work. I turn away quickly, pretending to busy myself with rearranging the kitchen counter. In this small moment of quiet connection, there's an unspoken understanding. We're both navigating uncharted territory, whether we like it or not. Ford re-enters the kitchen, his boots tracking dirt across the freshly cleaned floor. My eyes widen in disbelief as I watch clumps of mud fall with each step he takes. I spent the entire morning scrubbing this place, and now, in a matter of seconds, he's undone all my hard work. This really isn't going to be easy. In fact, he seems hell-bent on making it harder.
Chapter 12. Ford. Sitting at the kitchen table, I take in the spread Claire's managed to whip up. The scents of herbs and spices mingle in the air. Even the colors on the table are completely different from my usual fare at breakfast. I nod approvingly as I fork a mouthful of what looks like some kind of vegetable medley into my mouth. It's good. Really good. Still, my hand instinctively reaches for the plate of pork, my tried and true favorite. Claire's eyes narrow as she catches sight of me going for the meat. She puts down her fork, staring at me with a look that could melt steel. You know, eating that much pork isn't good for you, she starts, her voice tinged with frustration. Studies show that excessive consumption can lead to high blood pressure and heart disease. I chew slowly, savoring the flavor, unfazed by her sudden health lecture. I've been eating like this for years and I'm still kicking, I reply, reaching for another piece. She rolls her eyes and leans forward, her fingers drumming on the table. That's not the point, Ford. Just because you haven't dropped dead yet doesn't mean it's healthy. Well, I drawl, spearing another slice with my fork. You might have a point, but this is damn delicious. Claire huffs in exasperation. Do you even care about your health? There are countless studies. She starts rattling off statistics about saturated fats and cholesterol levels, quoting medical journals like she's reciting scripture. I raise an eyebrow but keep eating, letting her words wash over me like water off a duck's back. She's got passion. I'll give her that. Look, she continues, almost pleading now. If you keep this up, you're risking diabetes, stroke. Ford, this isn't just about taste. I set my fork down and lean back in my chair. Her concern is genuine. It's written all over her face. Claire, I say calmly, I appreciate what you're saying, but out here on the ranch, we do things differently. You've got your stats and studies. I've got years of hard work and muscle to show for it. She shakes her head, clearly not satisfied with my answer. You don't get it, she insists. It's not just about surviving day to day. It's about longevity. Longevity? I echo with a smirk. You know what ensures longevity out here? Hard work and good food. I gesture to the meat on the table before popping another piece of pork into my mouth. The ring of my phone disrupts our exchange, slicing through the air like a knife. Claire's fingers tighten around her fork, her body going rigid. Her eyes lock onto mine as I reach for my phone. Yeah? My voice comes out rougher than I intended, betraying the unease settling in my gut. Ford, it's Matthias. His tone is grave, a bad omen if I've ever heard one. Turn on the news. My face must give away what I'm feeling because Claire's eyes widen and she mouths, What is it? I hold up a hand to keep her quiet, leaving the table and reaching for the remote. The television hums to life, flickering before settling on a familiar face that makes my blood run cold. Victor Roth. The screen shows Roth walking out of a courthouse, his expression smug. The reporter's voiceover is somber, detailing his release from custody. His lawyers look equally as pleased. Claire's breath hitches beside me, her knuckles white as she grips her fork tighter. How did this happen? Her voice trembles, laced with disbelief and fear. I listen intently as Matthias explains over the phone. His lawyers are claiming a setup. They've spun a narrative that paints him as the victim. It's gaining traction. Traction? I repeat incredulously, staring at Roth's arrogant face on the screen. I put the phone on speaker so Claire can join our conversation. You're telling me this bastard's out because some slick-talking lawyer convinced a judge he was framed? Matthias sighs heavily. It's more complicated than that. The evidence was mishandled, deliberately or not, and now he's out on bail pending further investigation. Claire's shoulders slump as if someone's punched her in the gut. So what now? Do we just wait for him to come after me? We're doubling down on security measures, Matthias replies firmly. Stay vigilant and don't leave the ranch unless absolutely necessary. Yeah, got it. I turn to Claire. Her eyes are glued to the screen, where Roth's lawyers are spinning their tale of corruption and deceit. Her voice is barely above a whisper when she finally speaks. He's going to come after me, isn't he? I stare at the television for a second before locking eyes with her. We'll be ready. Confusion and fear cloud her features as she questions the weight of her testimony. Her eyes dart from her hands to me, searching for some semblance of reassurance, but I'm not sure if anything I could say would truly make her feel better. What's the point then? She says, her voice breaking. Can you guys promise me that I'll be safe? Matthias's voice, muffled by the line, explains the complications. Claire, it's not that simple. Roth has resources, money, connections. He's got people in high places pulling strings for him. We're doing everything we can to keep you safe, but we need you to understand the danger is still very real. Alarm washes over Claire's face as the reality of her predicament crashes over her. She slumps back into her chair, her shoulders drooping under the weight of uncertainty and vulnerability. I tighten my grip on the phone, my concern for her etched deeply on my face. Matthias, I say, my voice firm despite the chaos swirling around us. I'll protect her while she's under my roof. You have my word. She looks up at me, her doe-brown eyes wide. I meet her gaze steadily, offering a silent promise that I won't let anything happen to her. Matthias's voice softens slightly on the other end. Ford, I know you will. Just stay alert. We're working on finding out who compromised your location and how Roth managed to get out so quickly. Keep me updated, I reply curtly before hanging up. I turn back to Claire, who's now clutching the edge of the table as if it's a lifeline. She looks so out of place here in this rustic kitchen, yet somehow more real than ever. You're safe here, I assure her, stepping closer until I'm right in front of her. I won't let anyone hurt you. Her lip quivers slightly as she nods, trying to muster up some semblance of strength amidst the storm brewing around us. I can't help but admire how hard she's trying to stay calm. This can't be easy, especially for someone used to a far more comfortable and luxurious life. Thank you, she whispers, her voice barely audible. I nod. We'll get through this, I promise again, feeling an unfamiliar surge of protectiveness wash over me. The weight of our new reality hangs heavy in the air between us. But right now, all that matters is keeping Claire safe from whatever comes next.
Chapter 13. Claire. The walls of the room press in on me, suffocating as I lay motionless, my gaze fixed on the blandness of the ceiling. It mocks me, like a blank canvas that reflects the emptiness I feel inside. The curtains are drawn tight, barring the intrusion of the world outside, my world that I can't touch or see or feel anymore. I reach for the magazine on the nightstand, its edges worn and pages dog-eared. Flipping through it, I see glossy images of city life, the sparkle of skyscrapers at night, the blur of busy people on sidewalks, the allure of cafes I'd once frequented. My fingertips graze over an advertisement for a fashion show, the models poised and perfect. A pang of longing hits me hard. That used to be me. But here, surrounded by silence and solitude, those pages are a cruel reminder of what I've lost. The vibrant hues seem to laugh at me, a bright contrast to the dreary interior of this room, my gilded and rustic cage. With every turn of the page, my heart sinks further into despair. Eventually, I can't take it anymore. I toss the magazine aside. It lands with a soft thud against the carpet, its pages splayed open as if surrendering to defeat. I sit up slowly, my body protesting with stiffness from hours of inactivity. I rise from the bed, feeling more like a specter than a renowned model. My hands move mechanically to smooth out my shirt, pulling at the fabric as if straightening it could somehow put my life back in order. It's a feeble attempt at control, a laughable gesture in the grand scheme of things, but it's all I have left. The wrinkles resist at first, but yield under my persistent fingers, and for a brief moment, I regain a semblance of normalcy. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly, willing myself to believe that even in this place, even now, I can find a way to keep going. Dusk settles over the ranch, casting long shadows that dance across the walls. The air is still, almost heavy with the weight of the day's end. I step out of my room, my footsteps muted on the worn wooden floor. The house is quiet, the silence broken only by the soft clinking of cutlery from the kitchen. Curiosity pulls me toward the sound. I pause at the doorway, my breath catching at the sight before me. Ford stands at the stove, his broad back to me as he stirs something in a pot. The domesticity of it all surprises me. The image of this rugged man, once an agent of chaos and order, now warming up dinner in a kitchen that feels too small for his presence. I watch him for a moment, taken aback by this unexpected side of him. His movements are deliberate, almost gentle as he handles the utensils with care. It's so different from his usual gruff demeanor, and it tugs at something deep within me. Gathering myself, I step into the room, the soft creak of the floorboards announcing my presence. He glances over his shoulder, his dark eyes meeting mine for a brief second before he returns to his task. "Hey," I say softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "Didn't expect to see you cooking." He shrugs, not looking up. "Figured you'd be hungry." His words are simple, but they carry an unexpected warmth. I approach the table, noticing how he's already set it with plates and cutlery. The sight stirs more emotions in me, gratitude mixed with a bittersweet ache. "Thank you," I say sincerely, a genuine smile lifting my lips. It feels like a small victory against the gloom that settled over me. He finally turns to face me, his expression unreadable, but his eyes softening ever so slightly. "It's nothing," he mutters gruffly, "but it's not nothing. It's everything right now." Although the dinner was delicious, sleep eludes me, my mind a whirlwind of restless thoughts. With a frustrated sigh, I slip out of bed, the room's shadows stretching like fingers as I move quietly across the floor. The wooden boards are cool under my feet, grounding me in this strange reality. Wrapping a blanket around my shoulders, I make my way to the porch. The night air greets me with a gentle embrace. The vast sky above dotted with countless stars. They seem to pulse and shimmer, each one a tiny beacon of light in the darkness. I settle on the porch steps, pulling the blanket tighter around me as I gaze upward once more. The stars hold a mesmerizing beauty, their stillness a mocking opposite to the turmoil inside me. It's been so long since I've taken a moment to simply look at the sky. I exhale deeply, my breath visible in the cool night air. What does my future hold? Can I ever go back to the life I knew? Or is this new existence all that awaits me now? The safety I've found here feels fragile, like it could be shattered at any moment by forces beyond my control. The front door creaks open, and I turn to see Ford stepping onto the porch, a silent presence in the moonlit night. He moves with an ease that belies his imposing stature, the quiet confidence of a man who knows his place in the world. He sits beside me, leaving a respectful space between us, his posture relaxed yet attentive, a silent offer of companionship. For a moment, we sit in silence. The only sounds are the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of an owl. The weight of my thoughts presses heavily on me, and I finally break the stillness, my voice a mere whisper carried on the night breeze. "I'm scared," I confess, my words trembling in the air. "I don't know what comes next. Everything I knew, everything I was, it's all gone." Ford listens, his profile silhouetted against the night sky. He nods in understanding, his dark eyes reflecting a depth of empathy that surprises me. He doesn't interrupt or offer platitudes. He simply lets me speak, giving me the space to articulate my anxieties. I feel so lost here, I continue, my gaze fixed on the stars above. This place is so different from what I'm used to. And then there's Victor, knowing he's out there. It's like a constant shadow over everything. He shifts slightly, his presence steady and reassuring. I promise that you're safe here, he says quietly. As long as you're under my roof, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. His words are a balm to my frayed nerves, and I find myself relaxing just a bit. Thank you, I whisper. Our conversation flows naturally from there, our initial antagonism giving way to something more genuine. Ford shares snippets of his own past, his time with the FBI, the hardships he's faced, and the resilience he's found in this simple life on the ranch. Life has a way of throwing curveballs, he says thoughtfully. But you find strength you didn't know you had. You adapt. I nod, absorbing his words. There's a hard-earned wisdom in them that resonates deeply with me. For the first time since arriving in Blue Ranch, I feel a flicker of hope, small but undeniable.
Chapter 14. Ford. As I watch Claire push her food around her plate, I can't shake the feeling that she's still rattled from yesterday's news. The tension in her shoulders, the distant look in her eyes. She's not even trying to hide it. I know I come off as a hard ass, but I don't want her thinking I'm heartless. We might be stuck together, but we don't have to be enemies. Hey, I start, my voice softer than usual. How about we take a break today? Visit the horses? Her reaction is immediate. The fork freezes halfway to her mouth. Horses? Her voice trembles, barely above a whisper. I nod, trying to keep my tone light. Yeah, I thought it might be a good distraction. They're pretty calming once you get used to them. Her eyes widen and she sets her fork down carefully. I'm terrified of horses, she admits, looking away. They're so big and unpredictable. I lean back in my chair, considering her words. This isn't just about a preference. It's genuine fear. Hey, no shame in that, I say gently. Lots of folks feel that way at first. She meets my gaze again, her face tinged with embarrassment. It's just... they could trample me or throw me off if they wanted to. I've never been close to one before. I nod slowly, taking in her confession. We don't have to do anything you're uncomfortable with. But if you ever want to give it a shot, I'll be right there with you. Her lips twitch into a small smile, but the apprehension remains in her eyes. She nods slightly, still not entirely convinced. I see the fear in her eyes and immediately backpedal. You know what? Forget the horses for now. How about a tour of the ranch instead? She blinks, her tension easing just a fraction. A tour? Yeah, I say, leaning forward, trying to make it sound as casual as possible. We've got smaller animals too. Might be a bit more your speed. Claire's eyes narrow slightly, curiosity sparking. Smaller animals? Like what? Well, I start, a grin tugging at the corners of my mouth. We've got some miniature cows. They're pretty popular around here. Her eyes light up with a mixture of surprise and excitement. Miniature cows? Like the ones you see in those cute videos online? I nod, feeling a warmth spread through me at her budding enthusiasm. Exactly like that. She practically bounces in her seat, her earlier hesitation fading fast. Can we see them? I mean, if it's not too much trouble? I chuckle softly. No trouble at all. Finish your breakfast and we'll head out. Claire's smile is genuine this time as she takes another bite of her food. It's small victories like this that make the effort worth it. As I watch her eat with renewed interest, I realize this might be the first step in making her feel more at home here. When she finally puts down her fork and wipes her mouth with a napkin, I stand up and gesture toward the door. "Shall we?" I swing the gate wide, stepping aside to let Claire through first. The crisp morning air carries the distant sounds of the ranch, cattle lowing, chickens clucking, the ever-present whisper of the wind through the grass. I watch her, a smile playing on my lips as she hesitates, then steps forward with a growing sense of wonder. As we approach the enclosure, her smile widens. The miniature cows graze in their pen, their small statures almost comical compared to their full-sized counterparts. "They're adorable," she breathes out, and there's a lightness to her voice I haven't heard since she arrived. "Yeah," I reply, feeling a sense of pride. "They're a hit with the kids when they come around." Claire leans on the fence, watching them with rapt attention. Her laughter rings out, clear and genuine, as one of the cows trots over to investigate us. It's like music to my ears, the sound of her joy. It's infectious, and for a moment, all the weight of our situation seems to lift. She reaches out tentatively to pet its head, her movements cautious but filled with affection. The cow nudges her hand with its snout, searching for treats. "Do you have anything we can feed them?" she asks, turning toward me with an expectant look. I chuckle and pull a small bag of feed from my pocket, handing it over to her. "Here you go. Just watch your fingers. They can be a bit eager." Claire carefully takes a handful of feed and holds it out flat. The cow licks up the offering with its rough tongue, and her laughter peals out again. "That tickles!" she exclaims. The sun is high, casting a golden glow over the ranch, and for the first time since she arrived, there's a genuine smile on her face, a moment of levity that seems to lift the weight off her shoulders. We move from one pen to the next, her curiosity growing with each new introduction. The goats, with their mischievous eyes and playful antics, draw a delighted chuckle from her. She's hesitant at first, but it doesn't take long before she's feeding them from her palm, her earlier fears forgotten amid their gentle headbutting. "Look at this little guy," she says, pointing to a particularly bold goat that's climbed onto a hay bailey to get closer to her. "He thinks he's king of the mountain." I can't help but laugh along with her. "That's Jasper," I tell her. "He's always causing trouble." She grins, watching Jasper prance around his self-made throne. He's got personality, that's for sure. The afternoon slips by us like a quiet stream as we make our way through the ranch. I show her the ducks paddling lazily in their pond and the rabbits nibbling on clover in their hutch. Every new discovery seems to lighten her spirit, and I find myself caught up in the simple joy of sharing this part of my world with someone else. At the edge of a small field, we stop to watch the horses graze. Claire stays by the fence, content to observe from a distance. Her earlier admission of fear hangs unspoken between us, but there's a look of awe on her face that tells me she's beginning to see the beauty in these creatures despite her fears. "They're majestic," she murmurs. I nod in agreement. They've got a way of making everything else seem small. For a long while, we stand there in silence, just taking it all in. The expanse of open sky above us and the quiet companionship that seems to have settled between us. It's moments like these that remind me why I chose this life after leaving the Bureau, a life of peace and connection to something greater than myself. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, I glance over at Claire. She's still watching the horses, but there's something different about her now, a sense of calm that wasn't there before. The serene environment offers her a respite from her anxieties, a chance to breathe and just be for a little while. And as I stand beside her, I realize it's giving me something too, a glimpse into a life not marked by solitude, but shared experiences and unexpected friendships.
Chapter 15. Claire. I roll out of bed, the early morning light creeping through the cracks in the curtains. My limbs groan in protest, but I shove the weariness aside. It's a new day on the ranch, and there's work to be done. Ford's already outside, no doubt starting his day before the sun has a chance to argue. I dress quickly in jeans and a plaid shirt that no longer feels foreign to my skin. As I step into my boots, sturdy and scuffed from days of use, I can't help but feel a sense of pride. These boots are coated with the honest dust of labor. With each step toward the chicken coop, I feel more grounded, more connected to this life that's so different from the runways and flashing cameras. The chickens cluck and flutter as I approach, their familiar sounds now part of my daily symphony. I remember how those first days were a battle, every peck and squawk sending shivers down my spine. Now it's just another morning. I've come to know them, these feathered companions of mine. There's Beatrice with her ruffled feathers and haughty strut, Geraldine, who always seems to find her way to my feet, and little Henny Penny with her incessant peeping. I scatter feed for them, murmuring their names under my breath. "Morning, Beatrice," I whisper as she pecks near my boot. "And Geraldine, you greedy girl." Henny Penny dashes between her sisters, snatching up grains with gusto. "Easy there," I chuckle softly. I can't help but smile as they hustle around me, vying for the best bits of feed. This simple act, naming them, has woven a thread of warmth through the chore, transforming it from duty to delight. The sun climbs higher, casting a golden glow over the coop as I finish up. I clutch the feed bucket, my strides purposeful as I head toward the duck pen. The ducks are already in a state of high alert, their quacks filling the air like some sort of waterfowl fanfare, announcing my arrival. I hesitate at the gate, steeling myself for the inevitable chaos. "Okay, Claire," I mutter to myself. "Just another day on the ranch?" I swing open the gate and step into the fray. The ducks swarm around me, a whirlwind of feathers and beady eyes. With each scoop of feed flung into their midst, they surge like waves against a rocky shore, loud, insistent, demanding. Their enthusiasm is a touch too much for my city-bred nerves. I toss feed with one hand while shielding my face with the other, backing away as they dive and dip with raucous energy. My heart races, not with fear exactly, but with an adrenaline rush that comes from being so thoroughly out of my element. I retreat further, my retreat turning into a flustered shuffle as one particularly bold duck nips at my boot. From the corner of my eye, I catch Ford pausing in his work, his attention drawn by my duck-induced disarray. He leans on his fence post, a broad smile stretching across his face as he watches me dance amidst the quacking horde. And then he chuckles, a rich, warm sound that rolls across the distance between us. The ducks, as if sensing my unease, begin to rally together with a mischievous glint in their beady little eyes. They close in, their quacks turning from boisterous to downright conspiratorial. I take a step back, but it's too late. They're on the move. Panic flutters in my chest as I turn on my heel and make a break for it. My legs pump faster than they ever did on the treadmill back in my high-rise gym. The sounds of determined quacks and flapping wings grow louder behind me, and I push myself harder. The ranch house looms ahead, but Ford is closer, standing by the fence, a sentinel in worn denim and leather. I zero in on him as my safe harbor from the feathery frenzy at my heels. "Ford?" I call out between breaths, my voice laced with a tinge of desperation. He looks up just in time to see me barreling toward him, a flock of ducks snapping at my heels, like feisty chariots gone wild. His eyes widen as he braces himself. In one fluid motion born from sheer instinct, I leap towards him, arms outstretched. The world tilts as he catches me effortlessly, his arms secure around me. The scent of sun-warmed leather and fresh hay envelops me as I cling to him. "Save me from the ducks," I manage to gasp out, my heart racing with adrenaline. His chest rumbles with laughter against my cheek as he sets me down, but keeps one arm wrapped protectively around my waist. With his free hand, he shoos away the ducks with authoritative sweeps. "All right there, you feathered fiends," he chides playfully. That's enough excitement for one morning. The ducks seem to consider his words, or perhaps they're just tired of the game. They retreat back to their pen with a few disappointed quacks, leaving us alone. My breath finally slows as I look up at Ford, his presence a solid reassurance that calms the last traces of my alarm. His dark eyes twinkle with mirth, and there's an ease between us that feels new but not unwelcome. Thanks, I murmur, still wrapped in the circle of his arm. I guess I'm still learning the ropes here. As the last of the ducks waddle off, leaving a trail of feathers in their wake, I'm suddenly acutely aware of Ford's body against mine. His arm still circles my waist, a band of warmth that anchors me in the wake of the chaos. I fall into silence, and I can feel his chest rise and fall with each breath he takes. Our eyes lock, and there's this tension, thick and palpable, hanging between us. I can see the flecks of gold in his eyes, usually hidden by the brim of his hat or the distance between us. His gaze is intense, stirring something deep within me that I hadn't noticed until now. My heart thumps a wild rhythm against my ribs, echoing the rush I felt from the duck chase. But this is different. This is about Ford. The man who caught me without hesitation. The man whose unexpected gentleness contrasts so sharply with the ruggedness of his lifestyle. I realize I'm holding my breath and force myself to exhale slowly, trying to calm the rapid fluttering in my chest. Why does being this close to him feel so electric? With a jolt of self-awareness, I scramble to regain my composure. I untangle myself from his embrace as gracefully as I can manage, mumbling an apology for my impulsive leap into his arms. It's okay, he says with that casual confidence that seems to come so naturally to him. A faint smile touches his lips, perhaps an acknowledgement of our shared awkwardness. I'll take care of dinner tonight, I declare with more conviction than I feel. Ford nods, his smile widening just a fraction as if he can sense my inner turmoil. Sounds good, he replies with an ease that makes me envy his composure. I turn on my heel and head back toward the safety of the ranch house, putting distance between us with each step. My mind races as I try to make sense of my reaction to him, this intense attraction that's taken me completely by surprise.
Chapter 16, Ford. The first streaks of dawn paint the sky as I'm already out on the porch, sipping coffee. The routine feels familiar, like a well-worn pair of boots, but it's different now. Claire's presence in the house, once a stark disruption, has settled into something almost comforting. I've caught myself listening for the soft patter of her feet on the wooden floors in the morning, anticipating her sleepy good morning as she joins me for breakfast. She still complains about the lack of city life, no cabs honking or coffee shops on every corner. But there's a softness to her voice now, less edge. I watch her now as she moves with an ease that wasn't there 2 weeks ago. She feeds the chickens without flinching at their pecking, and even manages to wrangle the ducks with a practiced hand. I've taught her self-defense, a skill I never thought I'd be passing on to a high-fashion model. I was trained by professionals in the FBI and mastered complex skills, though I stuck to teaching her the basics. She's not exactly quick to catch on. She stumbles through the stances and her punches lack precision. But she's determined, and that counts for something. Again, I instruct after she misses a block, leaving her side open. Claire frowns in concentration, resets her stance, and tries again. This time, her arm shoots up in time to deflect my mock punch. A flash of triumph lights up her face. That's it, I say with a nod of approval. Just like that. We go through the motions until sweat beads on her forehead, glistening against her dark skin, and her breath comes in short gasps. It's hard work, but it's necessary. The thought of that tycoon reaching Claire before we can put him away for good, it keeps me up at night. The semblance of normalcy we've built is fragile, built on the constant awareness that danger lurks just beyond our little bubble of safety here at Blue Ranch. I maintain my vigilance like an old habit I can't shake. As Claire heads inside to prepare lunch, laughing at some joke I made about my lackluster salad skills, I can't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction at how far we've come from those first hostile days. But behind my smile is a steely resolve. I'll do whatever it takes to keep Claire safe here with me. I lean against the fence, my arms folded as I watch her. She fills the chicken feeder, chatting amiably with the birds she's now christened with whimsical names: Sir Peck-a-Lot, Fluffy Butt, and Egbert. There's even a chicken she boldly named Cluck Norris. A smile tugs at my lips, amused by the serious manner in which Claire addresses each chicken, assigning them personalities and storylines of their own. Her dedication to these chickens is something else. Every morning she's out here, rain or shine, talking to them like they're old friends. It's a side of her I hadn't expected to see, one that contradicts the high glam image of her past life. I can't help but chuckle, the sound breaking through the morning stillness. Claire whips around, her eyes locking onto mine. "Don't you have some work to do rather than watching me?" she calls out with a smirk dancing on her lips. I tip my hat off in mock formality and make a curtsy, still chuckling. "Just admiring your way with poultry," I shoot back. With a roll of her eyes and a laugh, she turns back to her feathered audience. "Go on, Shoo. You're disturbing the peace," she teases over her shoulder. I straighten up and slide my hat back on, watching her move on to the goats with a bucket of treats in hand. They flock to her like she's the Pied Piper of Blue Ranch. She tosses handfuls of feed to them, laughing as they bleat and nuzzle against her hands for more. "Seems like you've got quite the fan club," I call out to her as I trail behind. She keeps mumbling under her breath about my presence being a disturbance. I feign a wounded expression, placing a hand over my heart dramatically. "I'm hurt," I protest playfully. "Here I thought I was more interesting than some goats." She glances back at me with those dough-brown eyes, shaking her head while a smile tugs at the corner of her full lips. "Keep dreaming, cowboy," she says with feigned disdain. It's moments like these that make it easy to forget why she's here, why we're both stuck in this situation together. But as long as she's under my roof, I'll keep watching over her, even if it means being second fiddle to Cluck Norris and his crew. Perched atop a bale of hay, I watch Claire from a distance. She's surrounded by animals, the golden afternoon light casting a halo around her as she laughs, tossing feed to the eager goats. The picture of rural serenity, she fits into the rustic tapestry of ranch life like she's always been a part of it. Her long, curly hair is pulled back into a makeshift ponytail, strands escaping to frame her face as she bends down to pet a particularly affectionate goat kid. The image in front of me is so vastly different from the high-fashion world she's come from, yet here she is, looking as natural as the rolling fields that stretch out behind her. I can't help but be struck by the ease with which she's adapted, the way she's embraced this new life despite everything. There's a gentle strength in her that I hadn't noticed before, something that goes beyond the glitz and glamour of runways and camera flashes. A thought creeps up on me then, unbidden and intense. It's the image of Claire here, not just as a temporary fixture, but as a permanent presence on my land. It's an idea that sends an unfamiliar but not unpleasant jolt through me. The notion of her laughter filling the spaces of my once silent home, her vibrant energy breathing new life into this old ranch. It's disconcerting how appealing it feels. I shake my head as if the motion could physically dispel such thoughts. What am I thinking? It's impossible. The idea of intertwining our lives beyond this forced cohabitation. It's not our reality. This is about protection, about keeping her safe until it's over. Nothing more. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to focus on the here and now, the reality that any day now things could change, and she'll be gone from here. My home will fall quiet again, and I'll return to my usual solitary routine. With one last glance at Claire, who's now cradling a lamb in her arms, I push off from my hay bale perch. My boots thud against the dusty ground as I stride away, back to my duties, back to the life I know. Chapter 17. Ford. I slide the pie onto the countertop, steam dancing up from the flaky crust. It's perfect golden brown and promising a sweet, tangy bite. The kitchen's warmth wraps around me like a hug, but it's nothing compared to the heat radiating from the sun outside. I need to find Ford. Shielding my eyes with one hand, I step out into the yard. It takes a moment for my gaze to adjust to the blinding light, but there he is, atop the roof, moving with a grace that belies his size. He's replacing shingles, his shirt sticking to his back with sweat. Ford! My voice slices through the sound of his hammering. You better not be skipping lunch again. He pauses and looks down, a shadow against the sun. Just gotta finish this row. Rolling my eyes, I cross my arms over my chest. I've got apple pie, and it won't eat itself. A smile breaks across his face, one of those rare grins that reaches his eyes and softens the rugged lines of his face. With practiced ease, he makes his descent from the roof, hopping down with a thud that sends dust billowing around his boots. He strides over, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. His t-shirt clings to him in places, and for a brief moment I let myself appreciate the sight. You drive a hard bargain with that pie, he says as he approaches. We settle under the cool shade of a large oak tree, its leaves whispering secrets to one another high above us. He leans back against the trunk, looking every bit like he belongs here, strong and unmovable. I can't help but beam at Ford as he takes a generous bite of the apple pie, his expression mirroring my pride in the successful dessert. The tangy apple filling, infused with cinnamon and a hint of nutmeg, pairs perfectly with the flaky crust. It's a slice of heaven right here on Earth, and for a moment I can forget everything else. You know, Ford says, his voice muffled by pastry, you might just make a city boy out of me with food like this. I laugh, brushing a stray curl from my face. And you might just turn a city girl into whatever it is I'm becoming out here. The conversation meanders, light and easy. We exchange tales of our past lives, my endless search for the perfect cup of coffee in New York, his undercover stings that could rival any Hollywood thriller. Laughter mingles with the rustling leaves above us as we discover each other's quirks, the way I can't sleep without at least 3 pillows, or how he refuses to wear socks unless absolutely necessary. But as the laughter fades and we fall into a companionable silence, my thoughts drift to darker places. My fork slows its dance through the remnants of pie crust. You okay? Ford asks, his voice pulling me back from the edge of my spiraling fears. I set my fork down and look at him, my heart heavy. What if he finds me? What if because of me, this peaceful place, I gesture around us, becomes something out of a crime scene? Ford's expression shifts to one of concern. He leans forward slightly, his gaze steady on mine. Claire, he says softly but firmly, I won't let anything happen to you or this town. I want to believe him. I do. But the knot in my stomach tightens. But how can you be sure? Victor Roth is powerful and relentless. Because I've dealt with men like him before. And I'm not alone. We've got good people looking out for us. I feel the weight of my doubts like stones in my chest, each one a reminder of the betrayal that already put my life on the line. There's a mole inside the agency. It's not paranoia. It's a fact. And if they could find me at the safe house, what's stopping them from finding me here? Ford seems to sense the shift in my mood, his eyes searching mine with an intensity that feels like he's trying to peer straight into my soul. He moves closer, and before I can sink further into my spiral of skepticism, his arms are around me. I'm enveloped in his embrace, and suddenly I'm acutely aware of every point where his body touches mine. His chest is solid against my cheek, and I can feel the steady rhythm of his heart. It's a strange comfort, and for a moment, I allow myself to lean into it, to let go of the fear that's been gnawing at me. "You're safe with me, Claire," he says, and there's a steel in his voice that wasn't there before. His arms tighten just a fraction more. "As long as you're in my custody, nothing and no one is going to hurt you." My heart pounds against my ribcage so hard I'm sure he can feel it. The sense of security he provides is alarming in its intensity. I'm not used to relying on anyone but myself. Yet here I am, finding solace in the arms of a man who was a stranger to me just weeks ago. It's exhilarating, this feeling of being protected, and it stirs something within me that I thought was long buried under layers of runway makeup and designer clothes, the need to be cared for without ulterior motives. But as comforting as it is, I can't help but question what I'm doing. My world is a mess of danger and uncertainty. Falling for Ford seems like the last thing I should be allowing myself to do. It's insanity to think that, in the midst of this peril, I could find room for affection, for longing. His scent, sawdust and sunshine, fills my senses, and I feel a pull towards him that goes beyond any sense of safety he provides. It's a connection that's been weaving itself between us since the day I arrived at Blue Ranch, one that's grown stronger with every shared glance, every small laugh, every moment like this. But should I even pursue this? The logical part of me screams no. My life is still hanging by a thread, and there's no telling when or if it will ever return to normal, if I'll ever be able to step out into the world without looking over my shoulder. What future could there possibly be with Ford? I feel his hand move gently up and down my back, a soothing motion that sends shivers down my spine despite the midday heat. My heart flutters uncontrollably, betraying my inner conflict with its rhythm. I lean back slightly to look at him, meeting those dark eyes that seem to see right through me. The intensity in his gaze is matched only by the seriousness in his voice when he promised to keep me safe. And as much as it scares me to admit it, I realize that my feelings for Ford have deepened into something far beyond what I ever expected. The longing inside me is powerful, but is it wise? Can I truly let myself fall for someone when my life is anything but stable? As we sit there entwined under the shade of the old oak tree, these questions swirl in my mind, leaving me unsure of everything except one undeniable truth. My heart seems to be making its own decisions that could change everything. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 18. Ford. The crackle of the coals pulls me back from my thoughts, a welcome distraction from the gnawing concern that's been eating at me ever since Claire arrived. I arrange the meats with practiced hands, the scent of barbecuing beef filling the air, mingling with the dusky fragrance of the ranch. This is more than a meal. It's a celebration, a momentary respite for all of us. I hear laughter and the clinking of dishes before I see her. Claire steps out onto the porch, sunlight dancing off her hair, turning it into a halo of curls around her face. She's carrying a platter piled high with side dishes, and I can't help but notice how her presence seems to brighten everything around her. "Hey there, Ford," she calls out, her voice as warm as the sun on my back. Her approach is met with enthusiastic waves and smiles from the ranch hands and their families who've gathered around. "Hey yourself," I reply, keeping my tone light. "Got something good for us?" She sets down the platter on the makeshift table we've set up near the pit. "I hope so. There's potato salad, coleslaw, and some baked beans." The ranch hands and their wives start to serve themselves, complimenting Claire on her cooking. I watch her accept their praise with a grace that tells me she's finally finding her footing here among these people. My people. She catches me staring and flashes me a smile that sends an unfamiliar jolt through me. "Don't just stand there," she teases. "Make sure those steaks don't burn." I grin back at her and turn my attention to the grill, flipping the steaks over. As everyone gathers around, plates in hand, ready to dig into the feast before us, I feel a sense of camaraderie that I haven't felt in years, not since before everything went south with my last mission for the Bureau. Claire stands by my side now, surveying our handiwork with a pleased expression. It strikes me then just how much she's become a part of this place, a part of my life, in such a short time. And despite all my efforts to keep things simple and unattached, I can't shake off this growing sense that maybe, just maybe, I don't want to anymore. The sun dips low, casting long shadows across the yard, the day's heat giving way to a cooler embrace. I lean against the fence, my arms folded as I watch Claire mingle with the ranch hands. She's a natural, her laughter a bright note that floats above the low hum of conversation. I can't help but admire her. She's come a long way from the city girl who looked like she'd shatter if she got dirt under her nails. Now, here she is, swapping stories with old cowboys and their wives, her smile as wide as the country sky. But I notice it, the flicker of worry that occasionally clouds her eyes. It's quick, easy to miss if you're not looking for it. I am, though. It's my job to look for it. Claire's got this way of setting aside her fears, tucking them away so they don't spoil the moment for everyone else. I push away from the fence and decide to join the group at the picnic tables. Plates are heaped with ribs and brisket, cornbread, and Claire's side sitting proudly alongside my barbecue efforts. She spots me coming over and saves me a seat next to her at one of the tables. She hands me a plate without saying a word. She doesn't need to. Her smile says enough. She dives back into conversation with the others, her laughter ringing out again. It's like music to my ears, a sound I didn't know I'd been missing until now. For someone who swore off attachments after losing too much, it seems I found myself caring more than I planned. The evening stretches on, filled with good food and better company. It's rare to find moments like these. Simple, unguarded joy where life's complications don't seem quite so heavy. I crack open a beer with a satisfying hiss, the sound slicing through the dwindling chatter of the day. "That looks like just what I need right now," Claire says as she sits down in the lawn chair next to mine. "Didn't take you for a girl who likes beer." I hand her mine and grab a new one. I'm always up for learning something new. Her face scrunches up as she swallows. My laughter is immediate and loud. "You can give it back if you don't like it." She shakes her head. "Nope, I like it." I watch her as she stubbornly drinks more of the bitter liquid. Once again, I find myself admiring her strong will, even with small things like this. "You know, your stubbornness reminds me of Matthias. He's also very bullheaded, especially when he's put in control of a mission." Claire glances at me. "Is that a compliment?" "It is," I say, smiling. "Are the two of you close?" I frown. I owe him my life. He's my hero, and I hope I can one day say I'm half the man he is. Wow. Someone you admire that much must be a wonderful person. I just nod, sipping my beer. Sometimes I regret leaving the FBI, if only because I miss Matthias and my former colleagues. The evening's warmth lingers in the air, wrapping around us like a well-worn blanket. I take a pull from my beer, the taste grounding me as I glance over at her. Her eyes are on the horizon, where the sun has just dipped below the edge of the world, leaving behind streaks of pink and orange that slowly give way to twilight. I feel the need to say something, anything, just to have a conversation with her. Your potato salad was a hit. Everyone had seconds. I hope there's still some left for me. She nods, a pleased smile on her face. I made sure to put away a bit for you. As night falls and the moon ascends, its silver glow casts long shadows across the ranch. The laughter and music from the party fade into a gentle backdrop, leaving us at the edge of it all. In this silver light, Claire's face takes on a different kind of beauty, soft and otherworldly. My gaze lingers on her, drawn to the way the shadows play across her features, highlighting the curve of her cheek and the fullness of her lips. She turns to me and our eyes lock. It's as if the world holds its breath, the background noise fading into insignificance. In that moment, it feels like she's seeing right through to my core, past the barriers I've meticulously built. The air between us crackles with something unspoken but palpable, an electric current that tugs us inexorably closer. Slowly, as though pulled by a force beyond our control, we lean in. Our lips brush in a tentative kiss that tastes of promise and uncertainty. Then, as if by mutual agreement, the kiss deepens, our movements sinking in a dance as old as time. Around us, the night falls away into nothingness. There is no ranch, no looming threat. There's just Claire and me in this moment that feels like a turning point. As we part, breathless and dazed, the silence envelops us once more. But it's different now. It's charged with the newness of what we've just shared under the moonlight. We sit there, unsure of what comes next in this uncharted territory we've stumbled into. She's the first to break the moment, stepping back with a quiet grace that belies the intensity of what just happened. I should go, she murmurs, her voice barely above a whisper. I watch her go, my face cool in the night air that suddenly feels chillier without her near.
Chapter 19. Claire. The morning light creeps through the curtains, prodding me awake. My eyes flutter open, but I'm not ready to face the day. Not yet. Not after last night's kiss with Ford. The memory so sharp and clear it might as well be a scene playing out in front of me right now. My lips still tingle from his touch, a sensation that's both thrilling and terrifying. I pull the covers tighter around me, as if they could shield me from the consequences of what that kiss meant. I'm in hiding. My life a twisted mess because of a murder I witnessed. And now this. This unexpected, insane attraction to the one person who's supposed to be my protector. What am I doing? Dragging myself out of bed feels like wading through molasses. Every step is heavy, laden with the weight of uncertainty that's settled over me. The routine I've come to find comfort on the ranch now feels hollow. Every task a reminder of how everything has changed since Ford's lips met mine. I pour coffee into my favorite mug, the one with the silly chicken on it that Ford teased me about, and sit at the kitchen table. But instead of enjoying the rich aroma and letting it wake me up, I stare into the swirling liquid like it holds answers. The silence is deafening. Where usually I would relish this quiet time before the day begins, today it feels oppressive. It echoes too loudly against the walls of my thoughts. Thoughts filled with Ford's steady gaze, the firmness of his arms around me, and that kiss that's upended everything. I stir my coffee absently, watching as cream clouds the dark surface. The spoon clinks against the ceramic, a sharp sound that seems to resonate with my frayed nerves. What am I going to do? How can we possibly go back to how things were before? A part of me, a reckless part, wants to throw caution to the wind and explore whatever this is between us. But another part screams that it's madness. I'm here temporarily. My life is on hold until danger no longer shadows my every step. My hand trembles slightly as I lift the mug to my lips, taking a sip of coffee that I can't even taste. The warmth does nothing to soothe me. It feels like I'm drinking just to have something to do with my hands. I should be planning what to cook for dinner or deciding which chore to tackle first today, but all I can think about is last night and what it means for today, for tomorrow, for whatever time I have left with Ford. I need to clear my head. The walls of the ranch house seem to press in on me. Every photo and trinket a reminder of the distance between Ford's world and mine. Slipping into my boots, I step outside. The cool morning air a welcome slap against my dark skin. I frown, searching for Ford. He's always up at dawn, but today there's no sign of him near the house or barn. A hollow feeling gnaws at my stomach, not from hunger, but from a sense of emptiness that threatens to consume me. I squint against the glare of the rising sun, scanning the expanse of open land that stretches out from the ranch house. My eyes catch movement in the distance, a speck of darkness against the golden fields. It's Ford, astride his horse, a picture of grace and freedom that captivates me despite myself. I watch, rooted to the spot as he rides with an ease that speaks of years spent in harmony with these powerful creatures. The sight stirs something within me, a mix of envy for his bond with the land and longing for the simple beauty of this life he's shown me. He seems one with the horse, a solitary figure against the vastness behind him, embodying everything I've come to admire about this place, the strength, the peace, and a kind of wildness I never knew existed within me until now. I wait, my resolve firming with each passing second. I need to speak with him about last night, about that kiss that felt like both a beginning and an end. My heart races at the thought of confronting him. But it's a conversation we can't avoid. Where do we stand? What does it mean for us? Can there even be an us in this chaos? That's become my life. These questions swirl in my mind like leaves caught in a gust of wind, demanding answers I'm not sure I'm ready to hear. But I need to know, so I stand there, watching Ford's distant figure grow smaller as he rides further away from me, waiting for him to return so we can face whatever comes next, together or apart. As Ford dismounts and begins to walk back, I step forward, rehearsing the words in my mind, my heart rate quickening. The morning chill bites at my cheeks, but it's the nervous flutter in my chest that's making me shiver. I need to talk to him about last night, about that electrifying kiss and what it means for us. Ford, I start, my voice steadier than I feel. His name hangs in the air, a plea for him to stop and really see me. He pauses mid-stride, turning to face me with an unreadable expression. Yeah? I take a deep breath, willing my racing heart to calm. About last night, But before I can continue, the distant hum of an engine grows louder, cutting through the silence of the ranch. A neighbor passes by on a four-wheeler, kicking up a trail of dust behind him as he approaches. Ford, the neighbor calls out, waving a hand high above his head. He pulls up alongside us, cutting the engine and removing his helmet. Got a delivery waiting for you from outside town. Ford's attention shifts immediately. His focus now on the message, the sense of urgency evident as he responds with a nod. He turns to me, his eyes stealing over, the warmth of last night's kiss nowhere to be found. Claire, stay on the ranch, out of sight, he commands, his voice brooking no argument. No one from out of town can see you. His words hit me like a splash of cold water, dousing the embers of hope that had been kindled between us. I nod, a wordless agreement to his command. There's no room for softness here, not with my life on the line, and Ford slipping back into his role as my protector. With a curt nod, he strides away, leaving me to watch his retreating figure. The connection we shared last night now seems like a dream, hidden behind the mask of duty that Ford has donned once again. I'm left standing alone, grappling with the disconnect between the man who held me under the moonlight and the rancher before me now. Doubt creeps into my heart. whispering questions about what I thought we might be starting. Can feelings really survive in this harsh reality? I wrap my arms around myself, trying to hold on to the warmth of last night, a futile attempt to keep the coldness of this moment at bay.
Chapter 20. Ford. I keep my gaze fixed on the horizon, watching the dust trail kicked up by the delivery truck as it ambles down the long drive to my ranch. There's a knot in my stomach that tightens with each crunch of gravel under its tires. It's not often we get deliveries out here, especially not from outside town. The truck grinds to a halt and 2 men hop out, their eyes scanning the ranch like they're casing the joint. I stride over, boots heavy on the dirt, a practiced smile plastered on my face. "Morning," I greet them, voice steady despite the unease simmering in my gut. "Morning," they echo back, one of them tipping his cap. They're friendly enough, but there's something about the way they look around that has me on edge. Too interested, too observant for folks just dropping off a package. They unload the boxes marked with some new tech gadgets I'd ordered for security. Nothing that should warrant such scrutiny. "Sign here," the talkative one says, offering me a clipboard. I scribble my signature, quick and illegible. "Appreciate you bringing these out here," I say, eager to get them back on their way. The quiet one chews on his lip, eyes lingering on the barn. "Nice setup you got," he remarks. "You live out here all alone?" "Yeah," I answer curtly, taking the clipboard from his hands. Like the peace and quiet. They nod, but there's a look they exchange, quick and sharp like a knife's edge, that has my senses flaring up. The paranoia that comes with years in the FBI doesn't just fade away. It clings like burrs on denim. "Must get lonely," the talkative one pushes, trying to sound casual. "Not really," I say with finality, hoping he gets the hint that this conversation is over. Thankfully, they take it. With a few more pleasantries, they climb back into their truck. I watch them leave, every muscle in my body tensed until their vehicle becomes a speck against the vast expanse of open land. I let out a deep breath I didn't realize I was holding and try to laugh it off to myself. Curiosity. That's all it was. Just 2 guys making conversation to pass another monotonous delivery run. But even as I tell myself this, there's a part of me that stays alert, watchful until nothing but silence settles back over my land. The sun dips lower, staining the morning sky a fiery orange as I make my way back to the house. Every sound on the ranch sets me on edge, the creak of the windmill, the rustle of the brush. Inside, I catch a glimpse of Claire through the kitchen window. She's moving around with purpose, but there's a tightness in her shoulders that wasn't there before. The kiss from last night lingers in my mind like the aftertaste of strong whiskey, potent and burning. I spend the day taking care of my chores, constantly scanning the horizon with a wary eye. When the sun starts to set, I slowly make my way back to the house. I push open the door and step inside. The clatter of utensils and the smell of something cooking does little to ease the tension coiled within me. Claire doesn't turn around, her focus fixed on whatever's simmering on the stove. "Smells good," I say, keeping my voice neutral. "Thanks," she replies without looking up. I take a seat at the table, watching her back as she cooks. We're dancing around each other like 2 strangers when we're anything but. The silence isn't comfortable. It's charged, full of words we're too afraid to say. I think about last night again, the way her lips felt against mine, and it stirs up memories I've tried to bury deep down. Losing my fiancé left a wound that's never fully healed. It's kept me from letting anyone get too close, from risking that kind of pain again. But Claire, she's different. She's cracked open something inside me I thought was sealed shut forever. Dinner is served, and we sit across from each other. We talk about inconsequential things, the weather, the animals, anything but what really matters. She's been quiet tonight, quieter than usual, and I can't help but feel like the kiss we shared has stretched a chasm between us. Suddenly, the drone of the evening news is sliced by a sharp jingle, signaling a breaking report. The anchor's voice is somber, heavy with the weight of unforeseen tragedy. "We interrupt this program to bring you breaking news. Senator Jonathan Carter has been killed in a car accident earlier today. Claire's fork clatters against her plate, the sound sharp in the sudden silence that engulfs us. Her gasp slices through me, and I snap my head up just in time to see her stand up and stagger backward, her hand fluttering to her mouth. "John," she whispers, pointing a trembling finger at the screen. Her legs buckle beneath her as she sinks into the chair, eyes wide and glossy with shock. I'm out of my seat and by her side in an instant, my own heart pounding against my ribcage. "Claire," I say, voice steady despite the alarming situation. He was my ex," she manages to say, voice fractured by grief and terror. "He was the one who got me involved with the FBI. He saved my life that night." The puzzle pieces click together in my mind, her involvement, her connection to the senator, and I feel anger boiling up inside me. It's too convenient, too calculated. She's being hunted, her allies getting targeted. Panic engulfs her features as she looks up at me, eyes brimming with fear. "Ford," she breathes out. "They're coming for me next. They're not going to stop until I'm dead." I react without thought. My arms are around her in an instant as she collapses against me. Her body shakes with sobs that rack through her frame like violent waves crashing against a shore. "It's okay," I murmur as I hold her close, feeling her heartbeat erratic against my chest. "You're safe here with me. I won't let anything happen to you," I swear softly into her hair. My words are a vow, a declaration etched deep into my being. No harm will come to Claire while she's under my watch. I hold her tighter, determined to shield her from the storm that's closing in on us. Whatever it takes, I'll stand between Claire and the darkness that hunts her. She won't face this alone, not while I'm still breathing.
Chapter 21. Claire. The world tilts on its axis, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I clutch Ford's hand, the roughness of his skin grounding me as everything else spirals. He doesn't pull away. His thumb brushes over my knuckles, in a silent promise of steadfastness. My ex's face, once a friendly haven in the storm of my life, now nothing more than a memory broadcasted across the news. As another casualty, a victim caught in the crossfire of my chaos. "Please, stay with me," I whisper, the words scraping against my throat. The terror isn't about lost love. It's the severing of my lifeline to safety. He was my bridge to a world that could protect me, and now that bridge has crumbled into nothingness. Ford doesn't speak. His silence is a blanket wrapping around us both as he guides me back to my room. My fingers are vines, entwining with his, afraid that if I let go even for a second, I'll lose myself completely. In the sanctity of my room, shadows play across the walls, specters of fear and grief that cling like cobwebs. The bed is an island in a sea of uncertainty, and I can't face it alone. I can't face anything alone anymore. He sits beside me on the edge of the mattress, an immovable force against the current threatening to pull me under. "Don't go," I plead, gripping his hand tighter as if my life depends on it, because maybe it does. Ford hesitates for a heartbeat before he kicks off his boots and lies down beside me. The mattress dips under his weight, and he turns on his side to face me. In the dim light filtering through the curtains, his eyes are pools of empathy and resolve. His arm slips under my neck, and I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady thump, thump, thump of his heart, a rhythm that becomes my anchor in the storm raging inside me. His other hand finds mine again, our fingers lacing together in silent understanding. His breaths are even and calm, every exhale a gentle reminder that he's here, that I'm not alone. The room's stillness wraps around us like a cocoon, and in the quiet, my heart's frantic beat seems to echo off the walls. His presence is a fortress, but it's his silence that presses down on me, heavy and expectant. I draw in a shaky breath, the words tumbling from my lips before I can rein them in. I rely on you more than I thought possible, I confess, the admission raw as a skinned knee. It hangs between us, a fragile thing made of glass and vulnerability. I search his face, seeking a crack in his stoic mask, some glint of emotion that might mirror the tumultuous sea churning inside me. But Ford's expression remains impassive, as unreadable as ever, and my heart clenches at the thought that my reliance might be one-sided. A lump forms in my throat, stubborn and thick. I blink rapidly, fighting back tears that threaten to spill over. Tears of frustration, of fear, and something else I'm afraid to name. The possibility that he doesn't need me as I need him is a specter lurking in the shadows of my mind. I draw a deep breath, steadying myself against the exhaustion that pulls at my limbs. Sleep beckons like a siren's call, a temporary escape from the reality of unrequited emotions that coil tightly around my chest. His arms are there, steady and sure, as he shifts slightly to accommodate me better. The warmth of his embrace cocoons me, offering a protective haven against the night's chill and the haunting thoughts that plague me. In Ford's embrace, I find solace. My eyelids grow heavy, every blink longer than the last, until finally, darkness claims me and I surrender to sleep. A crash of thunder shatters the stillness, wrenching me from the depths of slumber. My eyes snap open, my heart pounding against my ribs. The room is empty, the warmth of Ford's presence now just a memory in the cold sheets beside me. Panic blooms in my chest like a dark flower, its petals unfurling with each thunderous echo. "Ford?" My voice cracks as I call out, scrambling from the bed. The hardwood floor is icy beneath my feet as I stumble through the shadows that cling to the corners of the house. Lightning flashes, casting ghostly silhouettes against the walls, silent witnesses to my fear. Where could he be? Why would he leave without waking me? Every creak and groan of the house sets my nerves on edge, every sound magnifying my dread. "Ford," my voice is louder now, shaky but insistent, as I hurry through the darkened hallways. Another peal of thunder rumbles overhead, and I flinch, wrapping my arms around myself as if to ward off the storm's wrath. I reach the living room, my breath coming in short gasps. It's empty, no sign of him. The wind howls outside, a symphony of chaos that mirrors the turmoil inside me. Then I see him, emerging from the direction of the kitchen. His raincoat clings to his broad shoulders, slick with rain that reflects the sporadic light from outside. Relief crashes into me with such force I nearly stagger. "Ford? Where were you?" He looks at me, his face drawn tight with concern that wasn't there before. Or maybe I never noticed it until now. "I had to check on the animals," he explains, his voice steady despite the storm raging beyond our walls. "Make sure everything was secure in the barn." I nod, understanding dawning on me but doing little to slow my racing heart. The ranch needs him, needs his strength and vigilance, but so do I. Without hesitation, my arms wrap around him. My body acts on its own accord, propelled by a fear I can't quite name and a need that refuses to be ignored. My tears, traitorous and hot against my cheeks, break free once again as I bury my face in his chest. I was scared, I admit into the soaked fabric of his coat, my voice muffled. Scared you'd left, or something had happened. He's still for a moment, his body rigid beneath my embrace. But then his arms encircle me, tentative at first, then with an assurance that steadies my shaking frame. He doesn't speak. He doesn't have to. His embrace says everything. Says I'm here. I've got you. The rawness of my emotions tangles with the gratitude I feel, swelling within me until it's too much to contain. On impulse, I tilt my head back to look at him and press my lips against his. A kiss born from a maelstrom of fear and longing. For a heart-stopping moment, there's stillness. a question suspended in the air between us. Then Ford responds, his lips meeting mine with an intensity that sears straight through me. The kiss deepens, every second unraveling me further until there's nothing left but the connection between us. The reassurance I sought, blossoming into something fierce and undeniable.
Chapter 22. Ford, I know better. I know the dangers, the risks, the sheer damn foolishness of what's unfolding between us. But Claire pulls away, and she's looking at me with those wide, pleading doe eyes, tears streaking down her cheeks. She reaches for me, her hands desperate, pulling me closer. I'm supposed to be her protector, not the man who takes advantage of her vulnerability. Ford! She whispers my name like a prayer, and something snaps inside me. Rationality? Gone. Logic? What's that? All I feel is this magnetic pull towards her, a force as natural and undeniable as gravity itself. Claire needs me, wants me, and damn if I don't want her with an intensity that burns through every professional boundary I've ever had. My boots hit the floor with a thud, followed by the sodden weight of my raincoat. The kitchen is a mess, my clothes strewn about like casualties of war, but it doesn't matter. Nothing does except the heat of Claire's skin under my fingertips as she mirrors my actions, shedding her own layers of clothing. The cold granite of the kitchen counter serves as a physical contrast to the warmth between us as I lift her onto it. Our lips crash together in a kiss that's burning us up with raw urgency. There's no space for thought, no room for second-guessing when every part of me is focused on the feel of her beneath me. Claire clings to me, her nails digging into my back as if she's afraid I'll pull away. But I'm not going anywhere. Not now. Not when every moan from her lips stokes the fire within me. We're reckless. We're a mess. And I don't care about anything else but being with her, fully, completely, without restraint or regret. I want you, she moans against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. Her bedroom is just a hallway away, but every second not kissing her, not feeling her against me, is a second too long. We stumble through the threshold of her room, a tangle of limbs and hurried breaths. It's been an eternity since I felt a connection like this, a bond that's about more than just the physical pull between two bodies. With Claire, every touch is tender, every glance loaded with meaning. I lower her onto the bed, our eyes locked in silent conversation. The air is thick with desire as I lean down to capture her lips once more. Her hands roam over my chest, tracing the scars that tell stories she's never heard. Her breath hitches as I enter her. She squeezes me so tightly I have to ease myself in. Damn, she gasps as I finally slide fully in. My mouth is on her once again, and the taste of her is intoxicating. It's sweet and addictive, and everything I didn't know I needed. I pound into her, losing myself in the pleasure. She moans and whimpers beneath me, driving me even crazier. I memorize the feel of her beneath me, the way she moves with me, against me. Ford, she breathes out, and it's more than my name. It's a plea, a declaration. The world could be crashing down outside these four walls, and it wouldn't matter, because right here, right now, Claire is my world. I'm a man who's built his life on control, on keeping emotions locked down tight. But as we make love, every rule I've ever set for myself shatters into a million pieces. I bury my face in the crook of her neck, breathing her in. Her moans fill the room and echo in my mind, nearly driving me mad with desire as I've never known before. When we cross that final threshold together, it takes everything in me not to fall apart at the seams. In this moment, with Claire wrapped around me and our hearts beating as one, I realize this is what I've been missing all along.
Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to tylawalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 23, Claire. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to YouTube's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
Find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
If you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 24, Ford. I rise with the dawn, the soft light slipping through the curtains and laying a gentle glow on Claire's sleeping face. I pause just for a moment to take her in. The sheets barely cover her, and the marks I left on her skin are now silent testaments to the line we've crossed. She's peaceful, her chest rising and falling with each breath, and for a heartbeat, I envy her ability to find calm in the eye of the storm. But there's no rest for me, not with the weight of our reality pressing down on my shoulders. The silence in the room is heavy with questions we're not ready to answer, truths neither of us is prepared to face when daylight fully claims the sky. At least I'm not ready. I slip out of bed with care, making sure not to disturb her. My body protests. The desire to return, to wrap myself around her again, is a physical ache. But I can't. Not now. After picking up our clothes discarded so carelessly in the kitchen last night, I set about making breakfast. The mundane task is grounding, familiar. It allows me to focus on something other than the thoughts threatening to crowd my mind. The clank of pots and pans fills the quiet house as I crack eggs into a skillet. The sizzle as they hit the hot surface is oddly comforting, a semblance of normalcy in a situation that's anything but. I plate the food and set it on the table alongside 2 mugs of strong coffee, their steam curling up like wraiths dancing in the morning light. It's done. A simple meal for 2. A meal that can't possibly address what happened between us last night, but will have to suffice for this morning's peace offering. I hear Claire walking in just seconds before I see her. She sits down at the table, nodding at me. I sit down across from her. About last night, she starts. I just want to say thank you, Ford. For everything. I search her face for any hint of regret or expectation, but there's none. Just Claire being Claire. Grateful and complicated and beautiful. Damn it if that doesn't make it even harder to keep myself from pulling her into my arms again. But instead, I force out a gruff nod. We sit in silence for a while, just eating. Her voice breaks through my thoughts. Don't worry. I don't expect things to change between us now. I understand you have emotional barriers, and I don't want you to feel like I want you to suddenly open up to me. She goes quiet for a moment before clearing her throat and continuing. I don't want anything more than what we already share. We've got a lot to deal with right now, I add, complicating things. It's not what either of us needs. We eat mostly in silence, the occasional clatter of utensils against plates punctuating the quiet. I focus on the eggs, perfectly cooked and utterly tasteless on my tongue. Every bite is an effort, a reminder of how much I wish things were different, how much I wish I could let myself feel what's simmering just below the surface. So, Claire starts, breaking into my thoughts with an attempt at normalcy. What's on the agenda for today? I glance up from my plate, meeting her gaze. Gotta check on the fences down by the creek, I reply, grateful for the mundane topic. Storm might have done some damage. Makes sense, she says with a nod. She tries to keep the conversation light, asking about ranch work and steering clear of anything too personal. I play along because it's easier this way, safer. We talk about trivial things, the weather, chores, anything that doesn't edge too close to what happened last night or what it might mean for us moving forward. But it's there, hanging between us like a fog we can't see through. And no matter how hard we try to act like everything's normal, there's no ignoring the unspoken truth of what we're both feeling and hiding just beneath the surface.
Chapter 25. Claire. The ranch routine waits for no one. Pulling on my boots, scuffed and stained with the evidence of hard work, I step outside into the crisp morning air. The sky is a clear blue, as if to wash away the chaos of last night with its calm. I start with the chickens, greeting them with their silly names as I scatter feed. "Morning, Sir Peck-a-Lot," I say with a forced cheerfulness that I hope sounds more convincing than it feels. They cluck and peck at the ground, oblivious to my inner turmoil. Next are the goats. They're more demanding, always pushing and shoving for attention and treats. But today, their antics bring a smile to my face, a genuine one that surprises me. It feels good to laugh again, even if it's at goats acting like toddlers at a birthday party. I lose myself in these simple tasks, the feeding, the cleaning, letting them anchor me to the present. There's comfort in routine, in knowing that for now, this is my life. And for all its uncertainty and danger, there are moments like these, quiet, peaceful moments that I've come to love. I glance up at the vast expanse of sky above me and take a deep breath. No matter what happens next, I'll hold on to this feeling. The sense of purpose this place has given me, the sense of belonging amidst animals and wide open spaces. I shake off any lingering doubts and focus on what needs to be done. After all, there are eggs that need collecting. There's no room for hesitation, not here. Later, I stand at the entrance of the barn, my heart hammering in my chest. Today is the day I face one of my lingering fears head on, the horses. I've watched Ford with them, his large hands gentle, his voice soothing. I envy that ease, that connection, and with the weight of uncertainty about my future. I need to prove to myself that I can do this, that I'm not just a city girl lost in the countryside. The barn smells of hay and leather, a scent that's become familiar over these past weeks. The warmth inside is a welcome contrast to the crispness outside, and I take a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. I don't know if I'll get to see another day beyond this one, and I refuse to let fear dictate what I do with the time I have left. I step inside, my gaze fixed on a solitary horse in the corner stall, the one Ford calls Minnie. She's a beautiful creature, all muscle and power, yet Ford has always treated her with such tenderness. My steps are slow and cautious as I approach Minnie's stall. My hand trembles as I reach out to slide open the latch. The soft creak of the door seems deafening in the quiet of the barn. Minnie looks up from her hay, her dark eyes meeting mine with what feels like understanding. "Hey there," I murmur, my voice barely above a whisper. "Mind if I join you for a bit?" Minnie doesn't shy away or make any sudden movements that might startle me. Instead, she steps closer, her nose reaching out to nuzzle my palm in greeting. The touch is warm and surprisingly soft. A laugh bubbles up from within me, a sound of pure delight mixed with relief, and escapes before I can hold it back. I let my hand rest against Minnie's broad neck, feeling the rhythm of her pulse beneath my fingers. It's comforting, grounding even. My smile widens as she gently nudges me again, encouraging more contact, This moment, this connection with such a majestic animal, feels like a victory over my own fears. As Minnie continues to nuzzle me with quiet affection, I can't help but feel a swell of gratitude for this peaceful interlude amidst the chaos of my life. I laugh again as I pet Minnie, feeling a connection to this beautiful animal. Her coat is smooth under my hand, and I marvel at the warmth radiating from her body. I no longer feel the fear that used to grip me at the mere thought of being this close to a horse. "What do you say, big girl? Want to go for a walk?" I ask, my voice steady and calm. With newfound confidence, I reach for the lead rope hanging nearby. My movements are deliberate as I clip it to Minnie's halter, just as I've seen Ford do countless times. She stands patiently, her ears perked forward, seeming to sense my growing assurance. I lead Minnie out of the barn, walking beside her with a sense of pride I never thought I'd feel in this situation. The sun warms my face as we step outside, and a gentle breeze rustles through Minnie's mane. I can't help but smile, realizing how far I've come from the city girl who once trembled at the sight of these majestic creatures. As we walk along the fence line, Minnie's presence beside me is surprisingly comforting. Her steady gait and calm demeanor reinforce my growing comfort around these large animals. I find myself talking to her softly, sharing my thoughts and fears in a way I haven't been able to with anyone else. "You know, Minnie," I say, patting her neck, "I never thought I'd feel this comfortable around horses, or on a ranch for that matter." She nickers softly, as if in response, and I chuckle. I guess life has a way of surprising us, doesn't it? Suddenly, Ford's angry voice cuts through the moment, startling both Minnie and me. The peaceful bubble we'd been in bursts, leaving me disoriented and on edge. "Claire, what the hell are you doing?" I turn to see Ford charging across the field toward us, his expression darkened by anger. My heart races, confusion coursing through me. Minnie shifts nervously beside me, picking up on the tension in the air. As Ford reaches us, his eyes blazing, I instinctively take a step back. His imposing figure looms over me, and I feel small under his intense gaze. "Why did you take out that horse from the barn?" he demands, his voice sharp and laden with worry. I flinch at his tone. "I was being careful," I argue, though my voice lacks conviction. "I've watched you do this so many times, I thought—" "You thought wrong," Ford interrupts again, his jaw clenched.
Chapter 26. Ford. I spot Claire leading Minnie out of the barn, and my heart nearly stops. Damn it. What the hell is she thinking? My legs carry me across the field faster than I thought possible, images of disaster flashing through my mind. "Claire, what the hell are you doing?" I shout as I close the distance. Claire startles, her eyes wide with surprise. I reach them, breathing hard. She stares at me, her eyes wide. "Why did you take that horse out of the barn?" I demand, my voice sharp and the worry I feel colors every word. I see her flinch at my tone, and my heart skips a beat. "I was being careful," she argues weakly. "I've watched you do this so many times, I thought—" "You thought wrong," I interrupt her, my jaw clenched. "You don't take horses out without permission." Claire opens her mouth to speak, but I cut her off. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? You could have gotten hurt. The horse could have bolted." My eyes lock onto Minnie, checking for any signs of distress. This isn't just any horse. Rosalina loved her, and dreamed of the day we'd have our own ranch with a whole stable full. Now Minnie's all I have left of those dreams. "This isn't some petting zoo," I snarl, my voice rough with emotion. "These are living creatures, not toys for your amusement. You can't just waltz in here and do whatever you want." I grab the reins from Claire's hand, my movements sharp with anger. "This is my property, my home. You're a guest here, and you need to respect that." Claire's face falls, hurt evident in her eyes, but I can't stop. The fear of what could have happened overrides everything else. Don't ever do this again. You hear me? Never. I watch as Claire's face shifts from hurt to determination. She squares her shoulders, meeting my gaze head-on. "Ford, I understand you're upset, but please listen," she says, her voice steady. "Minnie was so gentle. I've been watching you with her for weeks now, and I needed to face this fear." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. I know she's right, that Minnie wouldn't hurt a fly, but the fear of what could have happened still grips me. "I don't know how much time I have left here," Claire continues, her voice dropping. "With everything that's happened, I just wanted to make the most of it, to prove to myself that I could do this." Guilt crashes over me, mixing with the frustration already boiling in my chest. I know her situation is precarious, that her life has been turned upside down, but the thought of her using that as an excuse... "Don't," I snap, my voice harsher than I intend. "Don't use your situation to justify this. You can't just do whatever you want because you're scared." The moment the words leave my mouth, I regret them. I see the hurt flash across Claire's face, quickly replaced by anger. "That's not fair," she says, her voice tight. "I'm not trying to manipulate you. I'm just trying to explain." "Well, don't," I cut her off, unable to stop the torrent of words. "Your explanation doesn't change anything. This isn't about facing fears or making the most of your time. This is about respect and safety." I'm projecting, I know it. All my fears, my guilt over putting her in danger, my conflicted feelings, they're all coming out as anger. But I can't seem to stop myself. "You're here for your protection," I continue, my voice rough. "That means following the rules, not taking unnecessary risks. I can't keep you safe if you're going to act recklessly." I watch Claire's face crumple, and I know I've gone too far. But the fear and anger are still coursing through me, making it impossible to think straight. "You can't just do whatever you want," I growl, my voice rough with emotion. "That carefree attitude of yours, that's what got you into this mess in the first place." The moment the words leave my mouth, I want to take them back. I see the shock in Claire's eyes, quickly followed by hurt so deep it makes my chest ache. "Claire, I start, but it's too late. Tears well up in her eyes, spilling over onto her cheeks. She turns on her heel and runs, her sobs echoing across the field as she flees from me, from Minnie, from the whole damn situation. I stand there frozen, the reins still clutched in my hand. The weight of what I've just done settles over me like a lead blanket. I've taken her fear, her attempt at bravery, and thrown it back in her face. I've become the very thing I swore to protect her from, a source of pain and fear. Minnie nudges my shoulder, and I absently stroke her neck. "I really screwed up this time, girl," I mutter, watching Claire's retreating figure grow smaller in the distance. I fight the urge to chase after Claire, telling myself she needs space to cool off. Instead, I lead Minnie back to the barn, my movements mechanical as I secure her in her stall. The familiar routine does little to calm the storm of emotions raging inside me. As I brush the horse down, my mind replays our argument. Every harsh word I spat at Claire echoes in my head, twisting my gut with regret. I let my fear and anger get the best of me, lashing out at the very person I'm supposed to protect. The afternoon crawls by, the sun inching towards the horizon. With every passing hour, my unease grows. I keep expecting to see Claire stomping back to the house, her chin high and ready to give me a piece of her mind. But the fields remain empty, the house silent. As dusk settles over the ranch, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, my worry morphs into full-blown panic. Where the hell is she? My mind conjures up images of Claire lost in the woods, or worse, found by those hunting her. I pace the porch, my eyes scanning the darkening landscape for any sign of movement. The weight of my earlier words presses down on me. What if something's happened to her? What if our fight drove her to do something reckless? The chirping of crickets and the distant lowing of cattle are the only sounds breaking the eerie silence. No footsteps crunching on gravel, no slamming of the screen door. Just the oppressive quiet of the ranch at night. My hands clench into fists at my sides. I should have gone after her. I should have apologized, made things right. Now, as night falls and Claire is still nowhere to be seen, I'm left wondering if my stubbornness has put her in danger. My heart aches surprisingly when thoughts of any harm coming to Claire rush through my mind, alternating between all the horrible possibilities. I look up at the darkening sky, frowning. A storm is coming. I need to find her.
Chapter 27. Claire. I stumble through the woods, branches snagging my clothes as Ford's angry words echo in my mind. How dare he speak to me like that? I just wanted to face my fears, to feel some control over my life again. But now, as the sun dips below the horizon and shadows lengthen around me, I realize I've made a terrible mistake. The trees loom larger in the growing darkness, their familiar shapes twisting into menacing silhouettes. My heart races as I spin around, trying to find any landmark that might guide me back to the ranch. But everything looks the same in the twilight, just endless trunks and tangled underbrush. Ford? I call out weakly, knowing he can't hear me. Shame washes over me. I shouldn't have run off like that. What if something happens to me out here? What if the people hunting me find me? My legs give out, and I sink onto a nearby rock, wrapping my arms around myself. The night air carries a chill that seeps into my bones. I close my eyes, fighting back tears. Ford's probably still furious with me. What if he doesn't even notice I'm gone? The thought sends a fresh wave of panic through me. I'm truly alone out here, lost in these woods with no idea how to get back. I draw my knees up to my chest, making myself as small as possible. The forest seems to close in around me, alive with unseen creatures and potential dangers. Every snapping twig makes me flinch. I'm sorry, I whisper into the darkness, though I'm not sure who I'm apologizing to, Ford or myself. I just wanted to be brave for once. The rain begins to fall, softly at first, then with increasing intensity. I lift my face to the sky, letting the cool drops mingle with my hot tears. The storm matches the chaos in my heart, and I give in to it completely, my body shaking with sobs. I cry for the life I've lost, for the carefree days of modeling in city lights that seem so far away now. I mourn for the connection I thought I had with Ford, now shattered by harsh words and misunderstandings. The rain soaks through my clothes, plastering them to my skin, but I barely notice. I'm lost in every sense of the word. The storm rages on, thunder rumbling overhead. I huddle closer to the trunk of a large tree, seeking what little shelter it provides. My teeth chatter, and I wrap my arms tighter around myself. Suddenly, I hear something. A voice, faint but unmistakable, cuts through the sound of rain and wind. Claire. My head snaps up. Am I imagining things? Claire, where are you? No, it's real. A light bobs in the distance, weaving between the trees. My heart leaps into my throat as a figure emerges from the gloom. It's Ford, drenched and disheveled, his face a mask of worry and relief. Claire, he calls again, more urgently this time. The beam of his flashlight sweeps across the forest floor, searching. I hear Ford call my name again, closer this time. Relief floods through me as I struggle to my feet, my legs shaky and numb from the cold. I'm here, I shout, my voice hoarse. Ford, I'm over here. He bursts through the underbrush, his flashlight beam momentarily blinding me. Before I can say anything else, Ford wraps me in a tight embrace. His warmth envelops me, chasing away the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I cling to him, burying my face in his chest as fresh tears spill down my cheeks. I'm sorry. I mumble against his rain-soaked shirt. I shouldn't have run off like that. Ford doesn't respond, just holds me tighter for a moment before pulling back to look at me. His eyes search my face, concern etched in every line of his expression. "Let's get you home," he says gruffly, taking my hand. We pick our way through the dark forest, Ford's flashlight illuminating the treacherous path ahead. I stumble more than once on slippery rocks and exposed roots, but Ford's steady grip keeps me upright. The rain continues to pour, making our progress slow and arduous. By the time we reach the ranch house, I'm shivering uncontrollably. Ford ushers me inside, his hand a comforting pressure on the small of my back. "Go change into some dry clothes," he instructs, his voice gentler now. "I'll make us some hot coffee." I nod gratefully and head to my room. As I peel off my soaked garments, replacing them with warm, dry layers, the reality of my situation crashes over me anew. I'm a danger to Ford and everyone around me. Maybe it's time to face facts and contact the FBI for relocation. My hand hovers over my phone, indecision paralyzing me. Is running away again really the answer? Or am I just trading one form of isolation for another? A soft knock at the door interrupts my spiraling thoughts. I hesitate for a moment, then open it to find Ford standing there, his hair still damp from the rain, coffee in his hands. The remorseful look on his face catches me off guard. "Can we talk?" he asks, his voice low and uncertain. I nod, stepping aside to let him in. He takes a deep breath, running a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry, Claire," he begins. "I shouldn't have lashed out at you like that. It wasn't fair, and you didn't deserve it." His apology surprises me, but I stay silent, sensing there's more he needs to say. "The horse you were with, her name is Minnie," Ford continues, his eyes distant. "She belonged to my fiancée, Rosalina." My breath catches in my throat. Ford has never mentioned a fiancé before. "Rosalina and we dreamed of having this ranch together. She loved horses, especially Minnie. But then..." His voice breaks, and I resist the urge to reach out and comfort him. "There was an FBI mission that went wrong. Rosalina didn't make it." The weight of his words settles over me, and suddenly, so much about Ford makes sense. His initial reluctance to let me stay, his guarded demeanor, the flashes of vulnerability I've glimpsed. "Minnie is all I have left of her," he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. "When I saw you with her, I panicked. I thought I was going to lose that connection to Rosalina too." My heart aches for him, understanding now the depth of pain behind his anger. I want to tell him I'm sorry, that I had no idea, but the words stick in my throat. Instead, I listen as Ford continues to open up. With each revelation, I feel the barriers between us crumbling, replaced by a newfound understanding. Eventually, we lie down, both of us wordless. My body still trembles slightly from the emotional upheaval of the day. Ford's warmth beside me is a comforting presence, his steady breathing a soothing rhythm in the quiet room. His arm drapes over my waist, pulling me closer. I nestle into the curve of his body, feeling safe for the first time in what feels like forever. I listen to the sound of rain pattering against the window, thinking about how much has changed in such a short time. Just hours ago, I was lost and alone in the woods, convinced Ford hated me. Now, here we are, finding solace in each other's arms.
Chapter 28. Ford. I wake up feeling lighter than I have in years. The weight of my past, of Rosalina's memory, doesn't press down on my chest quite as heavily as it used to. Sharing that part of myself with Claire has opened something inside me, a valve releasing pressure I didn't even know was there. Days pass, and we fall back into our routine on the ranch. But it's different now. There's an undercurrent, a tension that hums between us like a live wire. I catch myself watching her more often, noticing the way she moves, the curve of her smile. And sometimes I catch her watching me too. We don't talk about it. We dance around each other, careful not to upset the delicate balance we've struck. But it's there, in every shared glance, every brush of hands as we pass tools back and forth. What amazes me most is how quickly Claire has taken to ranch life. I remember when she first arrived, all city slicker and designer clothes. Now she moves with the ease of someone born into this life. This is who she is now, resilient, adaptable, strong. She faced her fears head on and came out the other side a braver woman. And as I watch her, silhouetted against the rising sun, I realize I'm in trouble. Because despite my best efforts, despite all the reasons I shouldn't, I'm falling for her. Hard. I stand beside Minnie, my hand resting on her flank as Claire approaches. There's a determined set to her jaw, but I can see the flicker of nervousness in her eyes. "You've got this," I reassure her, offering my hand to help her mount. Claire takes a deep breath and nods, grasping my hand. I boost her up, feeling the warmth of her skin against mine. As she settles into the saddle, I can't help but notice how natural she looks up there, like she belongs. "Okay, remember what we practiced," I say, my hand lingering on her leg. "Gentle pressure with your heels, and keep your back straight." She nods, her fingers tightening on the reins. I lead Minnie forward, walking beside them as Claire gets a feel for the motion. Gradually, her posture relaxes, and a smile spreads across her face. "This is amazing," she laughs, her eyes bright with excitement. I can't help but grin back. "Ready to try on your own?" She nods eagerly, and I step back, watching as she guides Minnie in a slow circle. Pride swells in my chest at how quickly she's picking this up. As the days pass, Claire's confidence grows. We spend more time in the saddle, exploring the far reaches of the ranch. Her laughter echoes across the fields as we ride, the wind whipping through our hair. In these moments, it's easy to forget the danger that brought her here, to lose ourselves in the simple joy of riding. One afternoon, I watch from the fence as Claire brushes Minnie down after a ride. The mare nuzzles her shoulder and she laughs, scratching the horse behind her ears. The sight hits me like a punch to the gut. Rosalina used to do the exact same thing. But rather than the usual ache, I feel a warmth spreading through my chest. Minnie has always been wary of strangers, but she's accepted Claire completely. It's like Rosalina's spirit is giving her blessing, telling me it's okay to move on. I sit on my own horse, lost in thought as I watch the two of them. The sight of them together continues to stir up memories of Rosalina. But the pain isn't overwhelming. Instead, I find myself wondering what she'd think of all this. Would she want me to move on? To find happiness again? The idea of Rosalina wanting that for me is both comforting and terrifying. Part of me still clings to her memory, afraid that letting go means forgetting. But another part, a growing part, yearns for the connection I feel with Claire. "Hey, Ford!" Claire's voice cuts through my reverie, bright and challenging. "Race you to the top of the hill!" Before I can respond, she's already spurring Minnie into action, tossing a mischievous grin over her shoulder. I can't help but laugh, shaking off my heavy thoughts as I swing onto my horse. "You're on!" I call back, urging my mount forward. We tear across the field, the wind whipping through our hair. The thrill of the race courses through me, awakening a competitive spirit I thought I'd lost. Claire's laughter rings out, infectious and free, and I find myself joining in. She beats me to the hilltop by a hair's breadth, throwing her arms up in victory as she dismounts. I follow suit, my chest heaving with exertion and laughter. "Not bad for a city girl," I tease, collapsing onto the grass beside her. Claire grins. Guess I'm a natural. We lie there, catching our breath, the horses grazing nearby. The world feels lighter up here, our troubles left behind in the valley below. I turn my head to look at Claire, her profile silhouetted against the blue sky. Her chest rises and falls with each breath, a smile still playing on her lips. "That was incredible," she says, her voice filled with exhilaration. "I've never felt so free." I can't help but grin. It's addictive, isn't it? The wind in your hair, the power of the horse beneath you. Claire nods, her eyes sparkling. I never thought I'd love it so much. Back in the city, I couldn't even imagine being near a horse, let alone riding one. "You really are a natural," I tell her, and I mean it. "You've taken to ranch life like you were born for it." She laughs, a sound that sends warmth spreading through my chest. Who would have thought? The city model, at home on a ranch. We fall into a comfortable silence, the gentle rustling of grass in the breeze the only sound. I find myself hyper-aware of her presence beside me, the scent of her shampoo mingling with the earthy smell of the horses. Claire turns to face me, her expression soft. "Thank you, Ford, for teaching me, for being patient with me, for everything." Our eyes lock, and suddenly the air between us feels charged. Without thinking, I reach out, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Her breath catches and I lean in. Our lips meet in a gentle kiss, soft and tentative at first. It's nothing like our previous encounters, fueled by fear and desperation. This is something else entirely. A quiet acknowledgement of the connection we've been fighting. When we part, I see my own mix of emotions reflected in Claire's eyes. Wonder, desire, and a hint of fear at what this means for us. I can't help but wonder what lies ahead. We share a smile and I lie down beside her again, our fingers intertwined. We don't speak, but words feel unnecessary.
Chapter 29. Claire. I savor the comfortable silence between Ford and me as we sit down to dinner. The aroma of the hearty stew I prepared fills the air, mingling with the earthy scent of freshly baked bread. Ford's eyes meet mine across the table, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "This smells amazing, Claire," he says, reaching for the ladle. "You've really outdone yourself this time." I can't help but beam at his praise. "Well, I had to do something with all those vegetables you brought in. They were practically begging to be thrown into a pot." Ford chuckles, the sound warming me from the inside out. "Is that so? And here I thought you were just trying to fatten me up for winter." "Oh, please," I retort, rolling my eyes playfully. "As if you need any help in that department, Mr. I can lift a cow with my bare hands." Our laughter fills the room, light and carefree. For a moment, I forget about the danger lurking beyond the ranch's borders. Here in this cozy kitchen with Ford, I feel safe, protected, maybe even loved. The thought sends a flutter through my chest, and I'm about to say something, anything, to keep this moment alive when Ford's phone suddenly blares to life. The ringtone cuts through our laughter like a knife. I recognize it immediately. It's the one he reserves for FBI calls. My smile fades as I watch Ford's expression shift from relaxed to alert in an instant. He answers, his voice low and serious. "Harrington here." I lean forward, straining to catch any snippet of the conversation. But Ford's responses are maddeningly vague. "I see. Yes. Understood." As the call progresses, I notice the color draining from Ford's face. His knuckles turn white as he grips the phone tighter, and a cold dread settles in the pit of my stomach. Whatever news he's receiving, it can't be good. Ford ends the call, his face ashen. "Claire, we need to leave, now." His voice is low, urgent. "Matthias is dead." The words hit me like a physical blow. Matthias. The man who brought me here, who trusted Ford to keep me safe, gone. My mind reels, struggling to process this new reality. Pack quickly, Ford continues, already moving towards his room. Our location's been compromised. The FBI's given me coordinates for a new safe house. I need to get you there as soon as possible. Panic surges through me, my heart racing as I stumble to my feet. But what about you? I manage to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Ford pauses, his expression softening for just a moment. My job is to get you to safety, Claire. That's all that matters right now. I nod numbly, forcing myself into action. As I rush to my room, throwing clothes and essentials into a bag, my mind whirls with conflicting emotions. Fear for my life, grief for Matthias, and a crushing sadness at the thought of leaving Ford behind. The ranch house, once a sanctuary, now feels exposed and vulnerable. Every shadow seems to hide a potential threat. I stuff the last of my belongings into my bag, hands shaking. When I emerge, Ford is waiting by the door, his own bag slung over his shoulder. His jaw is set, eyes scanning the darkness beyond the windows. The air between us is thick with tension and unspoken words. "Ready?" he asks, his voice tight. I nod, swallowing hard. As we step out into the night, leaving behind the life we've built here, I can't help but wonder if this is the end of something I never even got to fully explore. The headlights cut through the darkness as we speed down empty roads. My mind races faster than the car, thoughts tumbling over each other like leaves in a storm. I can't shake the feeling that everything is slipping away. The ranch, the life I'd started to build, and Ford. Especially Ford. I glance at him, his profile illuminated by the dashboard lights. His jaw is clenched, eyes fixed on the road ahead. The thought of losing him, of never seeing that rare smile again, hits me like a physical blow. "Ford, stop the car," I blurt out, my voice trembling. He looks at me, confusion etched on his face. "Claire, we can't. Please," I beg. "Just for a minute." Something in my tone must convince him because he pulls over onto the shoulder, the engine idling in the silent night. I turn to face him, my heart pounding. This might be our last moment alone together, and I can't let it slip away without telling him the truth. "Ford, my voice catches, but I force myself to continue. "I love you. I know it's complicated, and maybe it's terrible timing, but I needed you to know, in case this is it." The words hang in the air between us. A myriad of emotions flicker across his face. Surprise, fear, longing. He opens his mouth to speak, then closes it again, clearly struggling with what to say. I hold my breath, waiting for his response, hoping against hope that I haven't just ruined everything. Ford's eyes soften. He takes a deep breath, his voice low and gentle when he finally speaks. "Claire, I care about you, more than I should, given our situation. But I can't. I'm not ready to love again, not like that." His words, though expected, still sting. I feel tears prickling at the corners of my eyes, but I force them back. "Rosalina," he continues, his voice catching on the name. "Her loss, it still haunts me. I don't know if I'll ever be able to open myself up like that again. It's not fair to you, to give you hope for something I might never be able to offer." I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I understand," I whisper, and I do. The pain in his eyes is raw, real. I can't begrudge him his grief, even if it means my own heart has to break a little. "I'm sorry," Ford says, reaching out to squeeze my hand briefly before returning it to the steering wheel. I shake my head, managing a small, sad smile. "Don't be, I needed you to know, before." I trail off, unable to finish the thought. Before we're separated, before one of us dies, before this fragile bubble of safety we've created bursts. We should keep moving, I say instead, gesturing to the road ahead. Ford nods, shifting the car back into drive. As we pull back onto the road, the silence in the car feels heavier than before, laden with unspoken emotions and missed opportunities. I turn to look out the window, watching the dark landscape rush by. My confession hangs in the air between us, changing everything and nothing at all.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 30. Ford. I pull up to the new safe house, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Claire's confession echoes in my ears, drowning out the crunch of gravel beneath the tires. My hands grip the steering wheel as I force myself to focus on the task at hand. Years of FBI training kick in as I scan the perimeter. The safe house looks unremarkable, a modest two-story structure with peeling paint and overgrown shrubs. Perfect for blending in, but my gut twists with unease. Something feels off. I turn to Claire, desperate to clear the air between us, but she's already out of the car. The slam of her door punctuates the silence, and I watch her stride toward the house, her posture rigid with hurt and anger. "Claire, wait!" I call out, scrambling to follow her. "We need to talk about—" A figure emerges from the shadows of the porch, cutting me off mid-sentence. I tense, hand instinctively moving to my concealed weapon. But as the man steps into the light, recognition dawns. "Edgar?" I ask, surprise coloring my voice. My old colleague nods, a tight smile on his face. "Ford, good to see you made it safely." I relax slightly, but something about Edgar's demeanor keeps me on edge. His eyes dart between Claire and me, assessing. "Let's get you both inside," Edgar says, ushering us towards the house. We've got a lot to discuss. As we follow him up the creaking steps, I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something crucial. Claire's shoulders are hunched, her earlier confession hanging between us like a physical barrier. The screen door bangs shut behind us, and I find myself surrounded by a team of agents I don't recognize. Their faces are grim, and the atmosphere is thick with tension. "What's going on?" I demand, my instincts screaming that something isn't right. "Your job's done, Ford. Time for you to head out." Edgar's words hit me like a punch to the gut. I stare at him in disbelief, my mind reeling. "What the hell are you talking about? I can't just leave Claire here." Edgar's face remains impassive. "We appreciate your service, but this is where it ends. We've got it from here." The dismissive tone in his voice ignites a fire in my chest. I step closer, fists clenched at my sides. After everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, you're just gonna toss me aside like yesterday's news? "Ford," one of the other agents interjects. "You've been compensated for your time. The money's already been wired to your account." I whirl on him, fury coursing through my veins. Compensated? You think this was about money? My voice rises with each word. I put my life on hold, risked everything to keep her safe. And now you're telling me it was just a job? The room falls silent, the tension palpable. I look around at the stone-faced agents, then back to Claire. Her eyes are wide, confusion and hurt evident in her expression. This is nonsense, I snarl, turning back to Edgar. I'm not leaving until I get some real answers. What's really going on here? Edgar and the other agents ignore me, stealing uncomfortable glances at each other. I can't believe this is happening. My mind races, trying to make sense of the situation, but one thought overrides everything else. I need to talk to Claire. Just one last time. Before I can speak to her, she's guided deeper into the house, the agents ignoring me. Claire! I call out, my voice raw with emotion. Claire, please! I push past Edgar, ignoring his protests as I try to catch a glimpse of her. But it's too late. They've already whisked her away out of my reach. The sound of a door slamming echoes through the hallway, cutting off my last chance to see her. God damn it! I slam my fist against the wall, frustration and helplessness coursing through me. Edgar steps forward, his hand on my shoulder. Ford, it's time to go. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. I shrug off his touch, glaring at him with all the fury I can muster. You have no idea what you're doing. She needs me. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know it's futile. These men aren't going to budge, and I have no authority here. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. I'm powerless. I look at Edgar for a moment. I want to talk to him, explain my situation. We were friends for years while I was in the FBI, and although I lost contact with him, he was always an understanding man. Something in his eyes, however, tells me he's changed since we did missions together. I stand there for a moment, seething, knowing I'm powerless in this situation. With a final look at the closed door that separates me from Claire, I turn on my heel and storm out of the house. The gravel crunches under my boots as I stride towards my car, each step fueled by a potent mix of anger and frustration. I yank the driver's door open, the metal groaning in protest at my rough treatment. As I slide behind the wheel, I slam my palms against it, letting out a roar of frustration. How could it end like this? After everything we've been through, everything we've shared, I don't even get to say goodbye. I reach my car, yanking the door open with more force than necessary. The metal groans in protest, but I don't care. I slide into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut behind me. My hands grip the steering wheel, knuckles turning white as I struggle to control my anger. The urge to go back, to fight my way through those agents and get to Claire, is almost overwhelming. But I know it would only make things worse. I slam my fist against the steering wheel, the impact reverberating through the car. The pain in my hand does nothing to dull the ache in my chest. I can't believe I'm driving away, leaving Claire behind with those stone-faced agents. Every fiber of my being screams at me to turn back, to fight my way through and take her somewhere safe. But I know it's pointless. The safe house shrinks in my rearview mirror as I accelerate down the dusty road. My mind races, replaying every moment Claire and I shared. The laughter, the quiet conversations, the stolen glances, all of it feels like a dream now, slipping away with each mile I put between us. I grip the wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. How could I have let this happen? I was supposed to protect her, to keep her safe. And now? Now I'm driving away like a coward, leaving her with people I don't even trust. Claire's confession of love echoes in my mind, a bittersweet reminder of what could have been. My heart and my head are at war, and I don't know which one to listen to. I failed her. I failed myself. And now I'm driving away from the only person who's made me feel alive since Rosalina.
Chapter 31. Claire. I can't stop pacing the floor of this new safe house, my heart a jumble of emotions. Ford's gone, and I'm trying to convince myself it's for the best, that he's safer away from me. The thought of him getting hurt because of my mess, I can't bear it. But something's off. I can't shake this feeling in my gut that things aren't right. The walls seem to close in on me as I move from room to room, my eyes darting to every corner, every shadow. I watch the guards. Their movements too casual, too rehearsed. They're trying hard to appear relaxed, but I catch the tension in their shoulders, the way their eyes flick to each other when they think I'm not looking. Agent Edgar, the one in charge, his smile doesn't reach his eyes when he checks on me. There's a forced cheeriness in his voice that grates on my nerves. "Everything all right, Miss McMillan?" he asks for the third time in an hour. I nod, forcing a smile of my own. "Just restless," I say, but my mind is racing. As night falls, the unease grows. Something's not adding up, and I can't help but wonder if I've jumped from the frying pan into the fire. My heart nearly stops when I catch a glimpse of a tattoo on one of the guards' wrists. It's the same intricate snake design I saw on one of the men who attacked me before. The memory hits me like a punch to the gut, and suddenly everything clicks into place. These aren't FBI agents. They're the very people I've been running from. I force myself to stay calm, to not let the panic show on my face. "I think I'll turn in early," I say, faking a yawn. It's been a long day. Agent Edgar nods, that same insincere smile plastered on his face. "Of course, Miss McMillan. Sleep well." Once in my room, I lean against the door, my mind racing. I need to get out of here and fast, but how? I take a deep breath, trying to channel some of Ford's calm determination. What would he do in this situation? I wait until the house grows quiet, then slowly ease open my door. The hallway is empty. I creep along, my bare feet silent on the wooden floors. Every creak makes me freeze, my heart pounding so loud I'm sure they can hear it. I make my way towards the back of the house, surprised to find it less guarded than the front. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what I'm about to do. The back door is right there, just a few steps away. My hand trembles as I reach for the handle, praying it's not locked. The door opens with a soft click, and I nearly sob with relief. I slip out into the cool night air, my bare feet sinking into the damp grass. Freedom is so close I can taste it. Suddenly, a beam of light sweeps across the yard. I freeze, my heart in my throat. A guard rounds the corner, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. I press myself against the wall, hardly daring to breathe. He pauses, so close I can hear the crackle of his radio. "Please don't see me. Please don't see me." After what feels like an eternity, he moves on. The moment he's out of sight, I bolt. My feet pound against the earth as I race towards the tree line. The woods loom before me, dark and imposing, but right now they're my only hope. Branches whip at my face as I plunge into the forest. I hear shouts behind me. They must have discovered that I left. Panic surges through me, lending speed to my legs. I run faster than I've ever run in my life, dodging trees and leaping over fallen logs. The sounds of pursuit grow fainter as I delve deeper into the woods. My lungs burn and my legs ache, but I don't dare slow down. I have no idea where I'm going, but anywhere is better than back there. As I run, my mind races. Who can I trust? Where can I go? One name keeps repeating in my head like a lifeline: Ford. I need to find Ford. I don't slow down, my lungs burning as I push through the underbrush, desperate to put distance between myself and the trap I was in. My bare feet ache from the rough terrain, but I can't afford to stop. Every shadow looks like a pursuer. Every rustle of leaves sends a jolt of fear through me. Suddenly, gunshots ring out behind me, the sharp cracks echoing through the trees. My heart leaps into my throat, a stark confirmation of my suspicions. They're not just trying to recapture me, they want me dead. The realization spurs me to move faster despite my fear and exhaustion. I ignore the branches whipping at my face and arms, leaving stinging welts in their wake. My breath comes in ragged gasps, but I push myself harder, fueled by pure adrenaline. I have no idea where I'm going, no plan beyond away. The woods all look the same in the darkness, but I keep running, changing direction randomly in hopes of throwing off my pursuers. The sound of the gunshots fades, but I don't let myself believe I'm safe. Not yet. My foot catches on a root, and I stumble, nearly falling. I catch myself against a tree trunk, my palms scraping against the rough bark. For a moment, I lean there trying to catch my breath. My legs tremble, threatening to give out, but I force myself to keep moving. The terrain starts to slope downward, and I hear the faint sound of running water. A creek, maybe? I head towards it, hoping it might provide some cover, or at least help mask my trail. As I run, my mind races almost as fast as my feet. How did I end up here? How could I have been so blind? The realization that I've been betrayed by the very people who were supposed to protect me cuts deep. But there's no time for self-pity now. I need to survive. I need to find help. Ford's face flashes in my mind, and a surge of determination courses through me. I have to find him. He's the only one I can trust now. I continue running as fast as I can, my body aching with fatigue. Nearly breathless, I stop behind a tree. Catching my breath, I listen for any sounds that could indicate that my pursuers are near. There's nothing but the normal sounds to be expected in the woods. Still, I can't linger too long and risk them catching sight of me. I start running again, trying not to make too much sound.
Chapter 32. Ford. I grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white as I scan the road ahead. Something's off. The cars I pass aren't just ordinary traffic. They're moving with purpose, like predators closing in on their prey. Or maybe I'm just imagining things. My gut churns with unease. I can't shake this feeling. It's the same instinct that kept me alive during my FBI days, the one that's screaming at me now. I ease off the gas, pulling over to the shoulder. The gravel crunches under my tires as I come to a stop. Damn it, I mutter, slamming my palm against the wheel. I shouldn't have left her. Claire's face flashes in my mind, her eyes wide with fear as they whisked her away. I walked away, thinking I was doing the right thing. But now, my heart races as my instincts refuse to be ignored. I have a nagging feeling that something wasn't right about the FBI agents back there. The way they moved, how quickly they ushered Claire inside. It was all wrong. God damn it, I roar, my voice echoing in the empty car. Without hesitation, I wrench the wheel, executing a sharp U-turn. The tires screech in protest as I floor it, heading back the way I came. The speedometer climbs rapidly, but it's not fast enough. Every second feels like an eternity. My mind races faster than the car. What if I'm too late? What if something bad has already happened? I push the truck harder, praying it'll hold together. Hang on, Claire, I mutter through gritted teeth. I'm coming. I park my truck a short distance away, concealed by the dense woods. The night air is thick with tension, and then I hear it. Gunshots piercing the silence. My blood runs cold. Claire. My hands shake with anger. The possibility of Claire being dead makes me see red and my blood boil. No, I growl, forcing myself to focus. Claire needs me. I take a deep breath, my mind returning to the state of calm I've trained it to be in difficult situations. I need to approach this tactically. Assess the situation. Find Claire. Get her out. The memories hit me like a tidal wave. Claire's laughter echoing through the ranch house. The way her eyes lit up when she mastered a new riding technique. The warmth of her body against mine as we lay together, finding solace in each other's arms. Every recollection is a dagger to my heart, twisting with the knowledge that I might never experience those moments again. I should have told her, I whisper, my voice raw with regret. I should have stayed. I push aside my momentary doubt and regret, letting years of FBI training take over. My movements become fluid, purposeful. I retrieve my backup weapon from its hiding place in the truck, the familiar weight grounding me. The forest is alive with danger, but I move through it like a ghost. Every step is calculated, my senses hyper-aware of every snapping twig and rustling leaf. The sound of gunfire grows louder as I approach. I spot movement ahead, figures darting between trees. If she's dead, I'll make sure every last one of these bastards pay. And if she's alive, I'll get her out of here or die trying. I crouch low, using the underbrush for cover as I close in on the conflict. My breath comes in controlled, silent bursts. I'm no longer Ford the rancher, the man struggling with his feelings. I'm the FBI agent again, laser-focused on the mission. Save Claire. Nothing else matters. I press my body against the rough bark of a tree, straining my ears to catch any sound that might lead me to Claire. The night air is thick with tension, broken only by the occasional shout or rustling of leaves. Suddenly I hear voices nearby. My muscles tense as I listen intently. "Can't have gotten far," a gruff voice snarls. "Find her!" "Boss'll have our heads if we lose her," another chimes in, fear evident in his tone. My heart leaps. Claire's alive. She's escaped. Pride swells in my chest at her resourcefulness, quickly followed by a surge of worry. She's out here alone, hunted like an animal. "She can't have gone far," one of them snarls. "The bitch is out here somewhere." "Boss wants her alive," another voice chimes in. "Says she's worth more that way." My jaw clenches at their callous words, but I force myself to remain still. Every instinct screams at me to charge in, guns blazing, but I know better. I need to be smart about this. "Spread out," the first voice commands. "She's got to be exhausted by now. Easy pickings." As their footsteps fade in different directions, I begin to move. My steps are careful, deliberate, each placement chosen to minimize noise. Years of training have honed my body for this. I'm a ghost in the darkness, unseen and unheard. My eyes scan the forest floor, searching for any sign of Claire's passage. A broken twig here, a disturbed patch of leaves there. I'm looking for anything that might point me in her direction. The darkness is a challenge, but I refuse to let it slow me down. Every second counts. I know Claire is out here, alone and terrified. The thought of her running for her life while these bastards hunt her down fuels my determination. I'll find her. I have to. I pause at the edge of a small clearing, my senses on high alert. Something feels different here. I crouch down, running my fingers over the damp earth. There, a faint impression in the soft soil. It could be nothing, but my gut tells me otherwise. "Hold on, Claire," I whisper into the night. "I'm coming for you." I know I'm repeating myself, talking to the air, but it keeps me focused. Hearing myself say her name helps keep me grounded. The last thing I want now is to lose control and rush in blindly. "Over here," a voice calls out. "I found tracks." I curse under my breath. They're getting closer. Time's running out. Every instinct screams at me to call out to Claire, to let her know I'm here, but I can't risk giving away her position, or mine. I have to trust that she's smart enough to stay hidden, to keep moving. A twig snaps nearby and I whirl towards the sound, weapon raised. My finger hovers over the trigger, ready to defend Claire at all costs. But the forest falls silent once more, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and the distant shouts of her pursuers.
Chapter 33. Claire. I crash through the underbrush, my lungs burning with each ragged breath. Branches whip across my face, leaving stinging welts, but I can't slow down. The sound of heavy footsteps and angry shouts grows louder behind me, spurring me to push harder, despite the exhaustion threatening to overwhelm me. My foot catches on a root, and I stumble, barely catching myself before I fall. The momentary pause is enough for the voices to grow alarmingly close. Panic claws at my throat as I realize I can't outrun them much longer. Suddenly, a shadow detaches itself from the darkness ahead. My heart leaps into my throat, thinking one of my pursuers has cut me off. But then I recognize the broad shoulders, the determined set of his jaw. Ford. Before I can call out, he's sprinting past me. In a blur of motion, he takes down the nearest assailant with a precise strike to the throat. The second attacker raises his gun, but Ford is faster, disarming him with a brutal efficiency that leaves me breathless. As the last man crumples to the ground, Ford turns to me. His eyes, usually so guarded, are wild. Claire, he breathes, and the sound of my name on his lips shatters what little composure I have left. Tears spring to my eyes as the adrenaline gives way to bone-deep exhaustion and overwhelming emotion. Ford is here. He came back for me. I want nothing more than to collapse into his arms, to feel safe for just a moment. But Ford's expression hardens as he grabs my arm, pulling me to my feet. We need to move, he insists, his voice rough with urgency. There could be more of them. I nod, swiping at my tears. Questions can wait. Right now, all that matters is getting to safety with Ford by my side. Ford's hand grips mine tightly as we weave through the dense forest. The darkness that once terrified me now feels like a protective cloak, hiding us from our pursuers. I'm grateful for his steady presence, his expertise guiding us through the treacherous terrain. We pause behind a large oak tree, both of us panting heavily. The moonlight filtering through the leaves casts strange shadows on Ford's face, highlighting the intensity in his eyes. My heart races, and not just from the exertion. The question that's been burning inside me since I saw him burst through the trees finally spills out. "Why did you come back?" I whisper, my voice trembling. Ford's gaze locks onto mine, and for a moment, I see a vulnerability there that takes my breath away. He swallows hard before speaking, his voice low and urgent. Something felt off. I couldn't place it immediately, but my instincts told me to come back. And I was right. Before I can respond, Ford tenses beside me. His hand flies up, signaling for silence. We creep forward, and my stomach drops as I see what's ahead. The path we'd been aiming for, our planned escape route, is completely blocked. Men with guns patrol a makeshift barricade, their voices carrying faintly on the night air. I look at Ford, fear gripping me anew. His jaw is set, eyes scanning the scene before us, no doubt formulating a new plan. We're trapped, our enemies closing in from all sides. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever comes next. My heart pounds in my chest as Ford and I exchange a quick glance. Without a word, we make our decision. There's no turning back now. We burst from our hiding spot, sprinting towards the blockade with everything we've got. The shouts of alarm from the guards pierce the night air. Gunshots ring out, but somehow miraculously they miss us. Ford's hand grips mine tightly as we charge forward, his determination giving me strength that I didn't know I had. We're almost there, just a few more feet to freedom, when a burly figure emerges from the shadows. He tackles Ford, sending us both sprawling. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Through blurred vision, I see Ford locked in a brutal struggle with our attacker. His fists fly in a flurry of precise strikes, his years of FBI training evident in every move. But more guards are closing in fast. "Claire, run!" Ford shouts, his voice strained as he grapples with his opponent. I scramble to my feet, desperately searching for an opening, any chance to escape, but the guards have formed a tight circle around us. My eyes dart from one armed man to another, panic rising in my throat as I realize we're trapped. Ford roars with effort, managing to throw off his attacker. He's immediately on his feet, placing himself between me and the approaching guards. His chest heaves with exertion, but his stance is pure defiance. "Stay behind me," he growls, his eyes never leaving the threat in front of us. I press close to Ford's back, feeling the heat radiating off him. My mind races, searching for any possible way out of this nightmare. But as the guards close in, weapons raised, a sinking feeling tells me our desperate bid for freedom may have just failed. I watch in horror as Ford takes a vicious blow meant for me. The sickening thud of fist against flesh echoes in my ears as he staggers, his body shielding mine from the relentless assault. "Ford," I cry out, reaching for him as he stumbles back into me. His weight nearly knocks me off balance, but I manage to steady us both, my arms wrapping around his waist. He turns in my embrace, his face contorted with pain, but his eyes blazing with determination. "I'm okay," he grunts, though the tremor in his voice betrays him. The reality of our situation crashes over me like an icy wave. We're surrounded, outnumbered, with no clear path to escape. The guards form a tight circle around us, their weapons trained on our huddled forms. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my throat. Each beat a reminder of how close we are to the end. Ford's arms tighten around me, pulling me closer. I can feel the rapid rise and fall of his chest, his breath warm against my hair. Despite the danger, there's a comfort in his embrace that makes me want to close my eyes and pretend we're somewhere else, anywhere else. "I'm sorry," he whispers, his voice barely audible above the shouts of our captors. "I should have protected you better." I shake my head fiercely, clinging to him as if my grip alone could keep us safe. "You came back for me," I murmur, my voice thick with emotion. "That's all that matters." I hold him tightly, ready for whatever comes next, as long as he's with me, even as my attackers close in on us.
Chapter 34. Ford. I grit my teeth as another fist slams into my gut, the pain radiating through my body. But it's nothing compared to the agony of hearing Claire's sobs echo through the room. Anger floods through my veins, some of it directed at myself. Back in the woods, we had no way of getting out. There were way too many of them against just the two of us. We were forced to be dragged back here with them. Claire's sniffles pull me from my momentary lack of focus. I want to tell her it's okay, that we'll get through this, but my mouth is filled with the metallic taste of blood. "Look at the big, tough ex-FBI agent now," one of the goons sneers, grabbing a fistful of my hair and yanking my head back. "Not so impressive when you're all tied up, are you?" I glare at him, mustering every ounce of defiance I have left. "Go to hell," I spit, earning myself another punch to the face. When I glance back up, my heart skips a beat. These are the delivery men who made me feel uncomfortable. They were working with the rogue FBI agents. My gut feeling was right about them. "Ford!" Claire cries out, her voice cracking with desperation. I can't bear to look at her, can't stand to see the fear in her eyes, but I can hear the struggle in her voice, the way she's fighting against her own restraints. "Don't worry, sweetheart," another thug says, his tone sickeningly sweet. "We'll keep you nice and pretty for the boss. Can't say the same for your boyfriend here, though." The room fills with their laughter, a cruel sound that makes my blood boil. "You know," the first goon says, cracking his knuckles, "I'm starting to enjoy this. How about we see how much our hero here can take before he breaks?" I brace myself for the next blow, but it's Claire's whimper that truly hurts. I wish I could shield her from this, take all the pain onto myself. But all I can do is endure, hoping that somehow, some way, we'll find a way out of this nightmare. I watch in horror as Victor Roth saunters into the room, his expensive suit standing out against the grime and blood that covers Claire and me. His eyes lock onto Claire, and a chill runs down my spine at the predatory gleam in them. "Oh, my dear Claire," he purrs, his voice dripping with false affection. "You've led me on quite the chase, haven't you?" Claire shrinks back, her body trembling. I struggle against my bonds, desperate to put myself between her and this monster. Victor circles her like a shark, his gaze traveling over her body in a way that makes my stomach turn. You know, I've always had a soft spot for you. Such beauty, such grace. It's almost a shame to waste it. Don't touch her, I snarl, earning myself a backhand from one of the goons. Victor chuckles, the sound devoid of any real mirth. Oh, Ford, ever the protector. But you can't save her now. No one can. He reaches out, stroking Claire's cheek with a tenderness that belies his true nature. I'm going to enjoy this, my dear. Every moment with you, savoring your fear, your desperation. And when I'm done, he leans in close, whispering loud enough for me to hear. I'll end it all, knowing I was the last man to possess you. The words hit me like a physical blow. Rage and fear war within me as I watch Victor grip Claire's arm, his fingers digging into her flesh. She cries out, a sound that tears at my very soul. No! I roar, thrashing against my restraints. Claire! But my efforts are futile. Victor drags her towards an adjoining room, his intent clear in every movement. Claire's eyes meet mine, wide with terror, silently pleading for help I can't give. The door slams shut behind them, leaving me alone with the goons. Desperation claws at my insides, fueling a surge of strength I didn't know I had left. I grit my teeth, knowing what I have to do. I focus on getting to Claire, ignoring the searing pain in my arms, slipping free from the chains that bind me by twisting my wrists, using my FBI training to escape my bonds. Pain explodes through my body, but I push it aside. There's no time for weakness now. I launch myself at the nearest rogue agent, catching him completely off guard. My head connects with his nose, and I feel it shatter beneath the impact. The room erupts into chaos. Shouts of alarm fill the air as the other goons scramble to subdue me. I spot Edgar and Jack, the two rogue FBI agents moving to flank me. Their betrayal burns almost as much as the pain in my arms. I dodge Edgar's first swing, ducking under it and driving my shoulder into his gut. He wheezes, doubling over, but Jack is already on me. We trade blows, every hit reverberating through my arms. But I can't afford to feel the pain, can't let it slow me down. The fight is brutal, unforgiving. We're all fighting for our lives now, and there's no room for mercy. I take as many hits as I give, my body screaming in protest. I dodge another of Edgar's wild swings, my chest heaving as I struggle to catch my breath. The betrayal stings almost as much as the cuts and bruises covering my body. Edgar, the man I once called friend, now stands before me as an enemy. Why, Edgar? I growl, blocking a jab aimed at my face. Was it the money? Or did you always hate what we stood for? He doesn't answer, just comes at me harder. I can see the conflict in his eyes, though. There's a part of him that's ashamed, but it's not enough to stop him from trying to take me down. Before I can press further, Jack barrels into me from the side. The force of his tackle sends us both crashing into a nearby table. Pain explodes through my back as we hit the ground, shards of wood digging into my skin. He's on top of me in an instant, his fists raining down. There's a fury in his eyes I've never seen before, a personal vendetta that goes beyond just following orders. "This is for Matthias!" he roars, spittle flying from his lips. I manage to get my arm up, deflecting a punch that would have knocked me out cold. "What are you talking about?" I grunt, struggling to push him off. His eyes are wild, filled with a pain I recognize all too well. "You left him to die. Your retirement got him killed." The accusation hits harder than any physical blow. I falter for a moment, and Jack seizes the opportunity, wrapping his hands around my throat. As my vision starts to blur, I hear Claire's muffled scream from the other room. It snaps me back to reality. I can't let guilt or confusion slow me down. Not now. Not when she needs me. With a roar, I summon every ounce of strength left in my battered body. I buck my hips, throwing Jack off balance, and slam my forehead into his face. He reels back, cursing, and I scramble to my feet. Edgar and Jack regroup, circling me like wolves. I know I can't take them both on and still have enough left to face Victor. I need to end this quickly. Jack, I pant, keeping my guard up. Matthias wouldn't want this. You know that. He died trying to protect Claire just like I'm doing now. Doubt flickers across Jack's face, but Edgar doesn't give him time to process. He charges at me, and the fight resumes with renewed intensity, but I'm ready for his attack. I sidestep, using his momentum to send him crashing into Jack. They go down in a tangle of limbs.
Chapter 35. Claire. I stumble backward as Victor shoves me into the dimly lit room, my heart pounding so hard I can barely hear anything else. The musty smell of disuse fills my nostrils as I frantically search for an escape route. There's no way out except the door we just came through. I see the bed in the corner of my room, and fear grips my heart. I know exactly what he intends to do with me. No! Let me go! I scream, my voice cracking with hysteria. I thrash wildly, trying to break free from his iron grip on my arm. The sound of the door slamming shut behind us makes my blood run cold. Oh God, this can't be happening. Victor's eyes gleam with a predatory hunger that turns my stomach. I can't let this monster touch me. In a burst of desperate strength, I twist my body and drive my knee up with all my might, aiming for his groin. My kick connects solidly, and Victor doubles over with a pained grunt. His grip on me loosening. I wrench my arm free and make a mad dash for the door, my fingers scrabbling at the handle. Please, please open. But before I can turn the knob, a vice-like hand clamps down on my shoulder and yanks me backward. I let out a strangled cry as Victor spins me around to face him, his expression twisted with rage. You little bitch, he snarls. I barely have time to brace myself before his fist slams into my stomach. All the air rushes out of my lungs in a whoosh. Blinding pain explodes through my midsection, and I crumple to the floor, gasping desperately for breath. Tears blur my vision as I curl into a ball, my arms wrapped protectively around my throbbing abdomen. I struggle to push myself up from the floor, my stomach still aching from Victor's brutal punch. Every movement sends waves of pain through my body, but I force myself to move. I can't give up now. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire and shouting erupts from outside the room. My heart leaps into my throat. Ford? I scream, my voice raw with desperation. Ford, please help me. I start crawling towards the door, ignoring the burning pain in my abdomen. I have to get out of here, have to reach Ford before it's too late. Victor's cruel laughter cuts through the air, sending chills down my spine. Before I can reach the door, it bursts open. One of the agents stumbles in, blood staining his shirt as he clutches his chest. His face is contorted with pain and fear. I can't make out if he's been shot or if he's just beaten badly, but it's clear Ford isn't losing his fight in the other room. In an instant, Victor's hands are on me again. He yanks me to my feet, pulling me against his chest. I feel the cold metal of a gun pressed against my temple. Don't move, he hisses in my ear as he uses me as a shield, his eyes fixed on Edgar. I stand there, trembling, caught between two dangerous men. My mind races, torn between fear for my own life and worry for Ford. I know he was able to fight off at least one of the bad guys, but is he okay? Did he make it past the other guards? As Victor tightens his grip on me, I realize with sickening clarity that I've become a pawn in his twisted game. The bastard is using me as a human shield. My eyes dart frantically between the agent and the open door, searching for any chance of escape, any sign of Ford coming to my rescue. I hate that I'm so helpless, but I'm outnumbered and too weak to take on these trained killers. I struggle against Victor's iron grip as he drags me out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. Every fiber of my being screams to break free, to escape this nightmare. I twist and claw at his arm, desperate to loosen his hold. Let me go, you bastard! I spit, my voice raw with fear and anger. Victor's fingers dig painfully into my flesh as he pulls me along, making me struggle to stay upright. As we stumble into the main room, my breath catches in my throat. There, amidst the chaos of overturned furniture and unconscious bodies, stands Ford. My heart leaps at the sight of him, alive and fighting. Ford's eyes lock onto us, his gaze intense and focused. He's holding a weapon. I can't tell what kind in the dim light, but his stance is unwavering. The air crackles with tension as we face off, Victor using me as a barrier between himself and Ford. I search Ford's face, trying to convey my fear and desperation without words. His jaw is clenched tight, his eyes burning with a fierce determination I've never seen before. Despite the situation, I feel a flicker of hope. Ford is here, he came back for me, and I know he won't give up without a fight. Victor's arm tightens around me, and I struggle to breathe. I can feel his ragged breath on my neck, sense the desperation in his movements. He knows he's cornered, and that makes him even more dangerous. "Don't come any closer," Victor shouts, his voice echoing in the tense silence. Ford doesn't move, doesn't even blink. His eyes are locked on Victor, calculating, waiting for the right moment to act. I can almost see the gears turning in his mind as he assesses the situation. I take a shaky breath, trying to steady myself. I need to be ready, to act when the moment comes. I won't let Victor use me against Ford. Somehow, some way, I have to find a way to turn the tables. I feel the cold bite of steel against my throat. Victor's arm tightening around me as he presses the knife closer. My heart hammers wildly in my chest, every beat a reminder of how close I am to death. I can barely breathe, afraid that even the slightest movement will cause the blade to slice into my skin. "Drop your weapon, Ford," Victor snarls, his voice low and menacing in my ear. "Or I'll paint the walls with her blood." I lock eyes with Ford, silently pleading with him. His face is a mask of fury and fear, his knuckles white as he grips his gun. I can see the conflict raging behind his eyes, the desperate need to protect me warring with the knowledge that lowering his weapon could mean both our deaths. "Don't do it, Ford," I manage to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. The knife presses harder against my skin, and I feel a warm trickle of blood sliding down my neck. I gasp, the pain sharp and immediate. Victor laughs, a cold, mirthless sound that sends chills down my spine. "Tick-tock, Ford? What's it going to be? Her life or your pathetic attempt at playing hero?" I watch as Ford's resolve wavers, his eyes never leaving mine. I try to tell him with my eyes that he shouldn't give up, that I remember what he taught me to do in exactly a situation like this. We've got this.
Chapter 36. Ford. My finger hovers over the trigger, my gaze locked on Victor. He has a knife pressed against Claire's throat, and I can see the fear in her eyes. But there's something else there, too. Trust. She believes in me, and I'll be damned if I let her down. I shift slightly to the left, a subtle movement that catches Victor's attention. His eyes flick towards me, following the bait. It's working. His grip on Claire loosens just a fraction, but it's enough. Claire's eyes meet mine again, and I see the spark of understanding. She knows what to do. I hold the gun firm, waiting for that brief second she needs to give me the opening I need to take control of the situation. In a flash, Claire stomps down hard on Victor's foot. I hear the crunch of bone and his pained gasp. Before he can recover, her elbow drives back into his stomach with a force that surprises even me. His arm jerks back reflexively, the knife moving away from Claire's throat just enough to allow her to break free without getting hurt. She doesn't hesitate, ducking out of his grasp just like we'd practiced in our self-defense lessons. I feel pride swell up in me. She really made the most of the instructions I gave her. My heart's pounding, but my hand is steady. Claire's clear. I've got the shot. The moment Claire rolls away, my finger squeezes the trigger. The report of the gun is deafening in the enclosed space, but I don't flinch. I've been waiting for this shot, and I'll be damned if I miss. Time seems to slow as I watch the bullet find its mark. Victor's eyes widen in shock, his mouth forming a perfect O of surprise. The knife slips from his grasp, the clatter of metal on the wood floor barely registering in my ears. I keep my gun trained on him as he stumbles backward, his hands fumbling at his chest where a dark stain is rapidly spreading across his pristine white shirt. The look of disbelief on his face is almost comical. Did he really think he was untouchable? Years of training kick in, and I'm moving before I even realize it, closing the distance between us. I need to make sure this bastard's really down. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Claire scrambling to her feet. She's shaken but alive, and relief washes over me like a tidal wave. But I can't afford to lose focus now, not when we're so close to ending this nightmare. "Stay back!" I growl, not taking my eyes off Victor for a second. I hear Claire's shaky intake of breath behind me, but she listens, thank God. His knees buckle and he sinks to the floor, leaving a smear of red on the wall behind him. His breathing is labored, each inhale a wet, rasping sound that tells me the bullet found its mark. I advance slowly, my gun unwavering as I keep it trained on the man who terrorized Claire. Even with him bleeding out on the floor, I'm not taking any chances. This bastard's proven to be as slippery as an eel, and I'll be damned if I let him pull one last trick. "It's over, Roth," I growl, my voice low and dangerous. "You're done." His eyes are glassy, unfocused, but I can still see the hatred burning in them. Good. I want him to know exactly who took him down. I hear movement behind me and resist the urge to turn. I know it's Claire, but I can't afford to take my eyes off Victor for even a second. My heart's still racing, pumping adrenaline through my veins like liquid fire. "Ford!" Claire's voice is shaky but strong. I can hear her getting to her feet, the rustle of fabric, and the soft pad of her footsteps. "Stay back, Claire," I warn, not unkindly. "I've got this." I can feel her eyes on me, burning into my back. The air is thick with tension. The only sounds are our heavy breathing and Victor's wet, rasping gasps. Victor's lips move, trying to form words. I lean in closer, curiosity getting the better of me. What could this piece of damn possibly have to say now? You think this is over?" He wheezes, blood bubbling at the corners of his mouth. "You have no idea." His words trail off into a gurgle, and I watch as the light fades from his eyes. Just like that, it's over. Victor Roth, the man who's been hunting Claire like an animal for months, is dead. I lower my gun slowly, my muscles aching from the prolonged tension. I stand there, gun still in my hand, staring at Victor's lifeless body. The silence is deafening after the chaos of the past few minutes. My heart still racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I turn to face Claire, drinking in the sight of her. She's shaken, but alive. God, she's alive. For a moment, neither Claire nor I move. It's like we're frozen in time, unable to believe it's really over. Then suddenly she's rushing towards me. I barely have time to holster my weapon before she's in my arms. Her body trembles against mine as I wrap her in a tight embrace. The feel of her, warm and alive in my arms, is almost too much to bear. "Thank you, Ford," she sobs into my chest. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Her words are muffled, but I can hear the relief in her voice. It matches the overwhelming sense of gratitude I feel for having her safe in my arms. I pull back slightly, cupping her face in my hands. Her eyes are wet with tears, but they're shining with something else too. Something that makes my heart skip a beat. Without thinking, I lean in and kiss her. It's not gentle or hesitant like our first kiss. This one is fierce and desperate, filled with all the fear and relief and love I've been holding back. She returns the kiss just as fervently, clinging to me like I'm a lifeline she needs desperately. I hold her tight, wordlessly promising to never let go again. When we finally break apart, we're both breathless. I rest my forehead against hers, drinking in the sight of her. "I promised I'd keep you safe," I murmur, my voice rough with emotion. "I always keep my promises." Claire lets out a watery laugh, her hands fisting in my shirt like she's afraid I'll disappear if she lets go. "I know," she whispers. "I never doubted you for a second. I know our ordeal is over, but part of me wants to forget about dealing with reality and just run away with her. Return to the ranch and ignore the rest of the world." One look into Claire's eyes and I realize she needs closure. I sigh, hugging her again. Not time to escape from the world yet.
Chapter 37. Claire. The wail of sirens pierces the air, and I cling to Ford, my heart still racing. Blue and red lights flash through the windows, casting eerie shadows across the room. Shouts echo outside as law enforcement swarms the property. "It's over," Ford murmurs, his arms tightening around me. I nod, unable to form words just yet. The door bursts open and officers pour in, weapons drawn. They quickly assess the situation, lowering their guns when they see us. "We need medical assistance here," one of them calls out. Moments later, paramedics rush in, their kits at the ready. They approach us, eyes scanning for visible injuries. "Ma'am, sir, we need to check you over," a female paramedic says gently. I shake my head, burrowing closer to Ford. "I'm fine," I insist, my voice hoarse. "You both need to be examined," another paramedic states firmly. "We need to take you to the hospital." Ford's grip on me tightens. "We're not separating," he growls. "Sir, it's protocol," the paramedic begins, but Ford cuts him off. "I said no," he snaps. "Where she goes, I go." I look up at Ford, touched by his protectiveness. "It's okay," I whisper. "We'll stay together." The paramedics exchange glances, clearly frustrated. "At least let us check you here before we take both of you to the hospital," the female paramedic pleads. Reluctantly, we agree. They begin their assessment, checking our vitals and examining our wounds. I wince as they clean the cut on my neck, the sting a reminder of how close I came to death. 30 minutes later, I grip Ford's hand tightly as we're wheeled into the hospital. The fluorescent lights blur overhead, and the antiseptic smell makes my stomach churn. Nurses and doctors swarm around us, their voices a cacophony of medical jargon. "We need to be in the same room," Ford demands, his voice gruff but tinged with desperation. A nurse tries to protest, citing hospital policy, but I chime in, "Please, we can't be separated." The doctor in charge looks at us, his eyes softening as he takes in our battered state and intertwined hands. He nods. "We'll make an exception." Relief washes over me as they wheel us into a shared recovery room. The beds are close enough that we can still hold hands, and I feel some of the tension leave my body. As the medical staff bustles around us, tending to our wounds and hooking us up to various machines, Ford's thumb traces soothing circles on the back of my hand. It's a small gesture, but it grounds me, reminding me that we're safe now. Once we're alone, the silence feels heavy. I turn my head to look at Ford, taking in the bruises on his face and the bandages covering his arms. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice cracking, "for coming back for me." Ford's eyes meet mine, intense and filled with emotion. "I couldn't leave you," he says softly. "I realized I can't imagine my life without you in it." Tears well up in my eyes, and I squeeze his hand. "I was so scared," I admit. "But knowing you were there, fighting for me, it gave me strength." He brings our joined hands to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss to my knuckles. "We're going to get through this together," he promises. I nod, feeling a warmth spread through my chest despite the pain of my injuries. We have a long road ahead of us, but for the first time in what feels like forever, I'm not afraid of the future. With Ford by my side, I know we can face anything. I unlock the door, stepping into my condo with Ford close behind, carrying the few groceries we picked up. The familiar scent of my home wraps around me, a comforting embrace after everything we've been through. I watch Ford's eyes widen as he takes in the sleek, modern decor. It's nothing like his rustic ranch. "Welcome to my world," I say with a small smile, setting down my bags. Ford whistles low. "This is something else, Claire." I busy myself in the kitchen, pulling out ingredients for dinner. The routine feels both foreign and comforting after our time at the ranch. As I chop vegetables, I catch Ford examining the view from my floor-to-ceiling windows. "Quite a change from the open fields, huh?" I call out. He turns, a wry smile on his face. "You could say that." We settle at the dining table, the city lights twinkling beyond the glass. The meal I've prepared is far from the hearty fare we shared at the ranch, but Ford digs in appreciatively. As we eat, I find my mind wandering back to those days on the ranch. The fresh air, the animals, the simplicity of it all. I realize with a start that I miss it. "Ford," I begin, my voice hesitant. He looks up, his eyes meeting mine. I've been thinking." I take a deep breath, steeling myself. "I know it might sound crazy, but I miss the ranch." Ford's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. "You do?" I nod, pushing my food around on my plate. "I never thought I'd say this, but yeah, the peace, the open spaces, even the animals." I let out a small laugh. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually miss those chickens." Ford's expression softens, a smile tugging at his lips. "They do grow on you, don't they?" I bite my lip, my heart racing as I prepare to take the plunge. "Ford, I was wondering, what would you think about me moving back to the ranch? With you?" I hold my breath, waiting for Ford's response. My heart pounds in my chest. Fear or in hope warring within me. What if he doesn't want me there? What if I've misread everything? But then, in an instant, Ford is next to me, his arms around me. He pulls me close, his embrace so tight I can barely breathe. But I don't care. I melt into him, relief washing over me in waves. "Claire," he murmurs, his voice rough with emotion. "Nothing would make me happier than having you with me on the ranch. For good." I pull back slightly, looking up into his eyes. They're shining with an intensity that takes my breath away. "Really?" I whisper. He nods, a smile breaking across his face. "Really, I want you there. I want us to build a life together." I laugh, tears of joy spilling down my cheeks. "God, Ford, I never thought I'd say this, but your world, it feels like home to me now, more than all of this ever did." I gesture around at my luxurious condo, the trappings of my former life. "Who would have thought?" I continue, shaking my head in wonder. Me, a city girl through and through, finding where I belong on a ranch in the middle of nowhere. Ford's hand comes up to cup my cheek, his thumb gently wiping away my tears. "Life has a funny way of surprising us," he says softly. I nod, leaning into his touch. "It certainly does." We stand there for a moment, the city lights twinkling behind us through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It's beautiful, but it pales in comparison to the starry nights at the ranch, to the life I now know I want with Ford. I rise up on my toes, pressing my lips to his. The kiss is soft at first, then deepens as Ford pulls me closer. It feels like a promise, a commitment to our future together.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. I'm right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 38, Ford.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit YouTube's limit for spiciness.
YouTube's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 39. Claire. I can't help but smile as I survey the scene before me. The ranch, once a foreign and intimidating place, now feels like home. It's alive with the buzz of conversation and laughter, a perfect blend of my two worlds colliding. My old modeling friends mingle with the down-to-earth folks from Blue Ranch, creating an eclectic mix that warms my heart. The contrast between designer dresses and worn denim somehow feels right, a visual representation of how my life has changed. Claire, darling, Tessa, my former agent, air kisses my cheeks. This place is quaint. I never thought I'd see you trading stilettos for cowboy boots. I laugh, gesturing to my outfit, a blend of high fashion and country chic. Trust me, neither did I. But life has a funny way of surprising you. I catch sight of Ford across the yard, looking handsome in a crisp white shirt and jeans. He's chatting with a group of ranchers, but his eyes find mine, and the love I see there makes my breath catch. He excuses himself and makes his way over to me, stopping to shake hands and exchange pleasantries along the way. "Happy birthday, darling," he says, planting a kiss on my cheek. "How are you enjoying your party?" "It's perfect," I reply, leaning into him. "I can't believe how well everyone's getting along." Ford chuckles, his arm sliding around my waist. Turns out city folk and country folk aren't so different after all. I watch as he greets more guests, pride swelling in my chest at how easily he navigates both sides of my life. He's come so far from the gruff, isolated man I first met, and I know I've changed too. As the sun begins to set, casting a golden glow over the festivities, I'm struck by how content I feel. 6 months ago, I couldn't have imagined this life, but now I can't picture being anywhere else. The sun casts a golden hue over the party, and as I stand quietly admiring the beauty of the scene, Ford takes my hand, his touch sending a familiar warmth through me. He guides me away from the chatter and laughter, towards the sprawling oak tree that's been a silent witness to our love story. I gasp softly as we approach. The tree is adorned with twinkling lights, transforming it into a magical canopy. It's breathtaking, like something out of a fairy tale. Ford, this is beautiful, I whisper, squeezing his hand. When did you do all this? He just smiles, that crooked grin that never fails to make my heart skip a beat. I have my ways, he says, pulling me close. Suddenly the air fills with the gentle strains of music. I turn to see the band has started playing a soft romantic melody. The notes seem to float around us, creating an intimate bubble in the midst of the party. Ford's eyes meet mine, and I'm struck by the intensity of his gaze. There's a twinkle there that matches the stars, peeking out in the darkening sky above us. My breath catches in my throat as I sense something momentous is about to happen. Then, still holding my hand, Ford slowly drops to one knee. My free hand flies to my mouth as I realize what's happening. From his pocket, he produces a small velvet box, and my heart begins to race. As Ford kneels before me, the world seems to fade away. His eyes, full of love and hope, lock onto mine as he opens the small velvet box. Inside, a beautiful ring glimmers in the soft light of the twinkling oak tree. Claire, Ford begins, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. You came into my life unexpectedly, and you've changed everything. You've brought light to my darkest days and joy to my quietest moments. I can't imagine spending another day without you by my side. Will you marry me? Tears well up in my eyes, blurring my vision. My heart feels like it might burst with happiness. I take a shaky breath, overwhelmed by the love I feel for this man who has become my whole world. Yes, I breathe out, my voice trembling with emotion. Yes, Ford. 1,000 times yes. As Ford slips the ring onto my finger, a cheer erupts from the crowd. I'd almost forgotten we weren't alone, lost as I was in our moment. Our friends and family applaud and whistle, their joy palpable in the air. Ford stands and pulls me into his arms, kissing me deeply. When we part, I can't stop smiling, my cheeks aching from the sheer force of my happiness. The band strikes up a love ballad, the sweet melody floating through the air. Ford takes my hand, leading me in a slow dance under the twinkling lights of our oak tree. As we sway to the music, surrounded by the love and support of our loved ones, I know that this is exactly where I'm meant to be. While Ford and I hold on to each other, letting the music guide our slow steps, I can't help but marvel at how far we've come. His strong arms encircle me, and I rest my head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. Remember when we first met? I murmur, looking up at him with a smile. You were so gruff and unwelcoming. Ford chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. And you were a city girl who couldn't tell a chicken from a duck. Look at you now, wrangling horses like you were born to it. I laugh softly, thinking back to those early days. I was so scared and angry then. I thought my life was over. And I thought my peaceful existence was ruined. Ford admits, his hand rubbing small circles on my back. Little did I know, you were exactly what I needed. We fall silent for a moment, both lost in memories. The journey from strangers thrust together by circumstance to standing here as an engaged couple seems almost unbelievable. You know, I say, my voice barely above a whisper, I never thought I'd find this kind of happiness, especially not on a ranch with chickens, goats, and horses. Ford pulls back slightly to look into my eyes, his gaze full of love. And I never thought I'd open my heart again after losing Rosalina. But you, Claire, you brought me back to life. I feel tears prick at my eyes, overwhelmed by the emotion in his voice. We've been through so much together, I say, thinking of the danger we faced, the fears we overcame. And we came out stronger for it. Ford finishes my thought. He leans down, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you, building our future, right here on this ranch. As we continue to dance under the twinkling lights of our oak tree, I'm filled with a sense of contentment and joy. From reluctant protector and unwilling witness to partners in every sense of the word, our love story may not be conventional, but it's ours, and it's perfect.
Chapter 40. Ford. I adjust my bolo tie before smoothing down the front of my tailored suit. The ranch, our home, has been transformed into a stunning blend of rustic charm and high-fashion elegance. Claire's touch is evident everywhere I look. Strings of twinkling lights crisscross overhead, casting a warm glow over the carefully arranged hay bales draped in silk. Wildflowers mingle with exotic blooms in mason jars wrapped with designer ribbons. It's a perfect fusion of our worlds, just like us. Aria, our newly adopted border collie, darts between guests' legs, her tail wagging furiously. She pauses to give my hand a quick lick before bounding off again. I can't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. She's brought so much joy to our lives in such a short time. My eyes drift to Minnie, standing patiently near where the aisle starts, waiting for Claire. Flowers are woven into her mane, making her look like something out of a fairy tale. She seems content sharing the spotlight with Aria, her calm presence a soothing contrast to the puppy's boundless energy. I take a deep breath, my heart racing with anticipation. Any moment now, Claire will appear. The woman who turned my world upside down, who brought light back into my life when I thought I'd lost it forever. I still can't believe how much has changed. From the day she arrived, a fish out of water on my ranch, to now, about to become my wife. She's embraced this life, this world, with an open heart and unwavering determination. And in doing so, she's made it infinitely richer. The soft strains of music begin, and I feel my breath catch. This is it. I'm about to see the woman who will be my wife, my partner, my everything. As the music swells, I feel my heart skip a beat. There she is, Claire, my beautiful bride, walking down the aisle with Minnie by her side. I can't take my eyes off her. She looks radiant in her wedding gown, a perfect blend of elegance and country charm. Her curls are adorned with wildflowers, and her smile... God, that smile could light up the darkest night. Minnie walks beside her, proud and steady, the ring secured in a small pouch on her saddle. I feel a lump forming in my throat, my eyes welling up with tears of joy. This moment, right here, is everything I never knew I needed. Claire's hand rests gently on Minnie's neck as they make their way towards me, and I'm struck by how far we've come. From her initial fear to this beautiful partnership, it's a testament to Claire's strength and determination. As they reach me, I can't help myself. I take off my hat and bow playfully, earning a laugh from Claire that makes my heart soar. When I straighten up, I notice something that makes me grin even wider. Peeking out from under the hem of her gown are not the designer heels I half expected, but a pair of well-worn cowboy boots. "Howdy, cowgirl," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. Claire's eyes sparkle with mischief and love. "Howdy yourself, cowboy," she replies softly. I reach out to take her hand, feeling like the luckiest man alive. Minnie gives a soft nicker, as if she's congratulating us, and I give her a grateful pat. This incredible horse, once a painful reminder of my past, now stands as a symbol of our future together. The ceremony passes in a whirlwind of emotion, and before I know it, Claire and I are husband and wife. We make our way through the crowd, hand in hand, greeting our guests and basking in their warm wishes. The reception is intimate, just as we wanted. I watch Claire laughing with some of her city friends, her eyes sparkling as she gestures animatedly. She catches my gaze and winks, sending a flutter through my chest. How did I get so lucky? As I scan the faces of our guests, a pang of sadness hits me. I can't help but think of Edgar and Matthias. Despite Edgar's betrayal, there was a time when I considered him a friend. And Matthias, he brought Claire into my life. I wish they could have been here to see how things turned out. The melancholy must show on my face because Claire appears at my side, her hand slipping into mine. "You okay, Cowboy?" she asks softly. I look down at her, my beautiful wife, and suddenly everything feels right again. "Never better," I reply, pulling her close. "You're all I need, darling." She smiles up at me, and in that moment, I know it's true. Whatever the future holds, as long as I have Claire by my side, I can face anything. I can't help but laugh as Arya suddenly darts between the legs of our dancing guests, her tail wagging furiously. She's a blur of black and white, weaving through the crowd with the grace of an inexperienced but enthusiastic dancer. The sight of her brings a warmth to my chest. She's become such an integral part of our lives in such a short time, and serves as a symbol of my new life. Claire tugs on my hand, pulling me onto the dance floor. I wrap my arm around her waist, drawing her close as we begin to sway to the music. She fits perfectly against me, like we were made for each other. "You know," I murmur, my lips close to her ear, "I think my life is finally complete with you in it, Mrs. Harrington." She pulls back slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy and unshed tears. Without a word, she leans in and kisses me tenderly. It's a kiss that speaks volumes. Of love, of commitment, of the future we're building together. When we part, Claire's lips curve into a playful smile. "So, Cowboy," she says, her tone light but with an undercurrent of seriousness. "How many kids are you thinking? A whole ranch full?" I can't help but chuckle. "Oh, at least a dozen," I tease, spinning her out and then pulling her back into my arms. "We'll need plenty of hands to help with the chores." Claire laughs, the sound music to my ears, but then her expression softens, and I know it's time to be serious. "Honestly, darling," I say, my voice low and sincere, "I don't really care about the number. All I want is to have our own little family with you. Whether that's 1 kid or 10, as long as I've got you by my side, I'll be the happiest man alive." I hold Claire tight, a happy smile spreading across my face. Life just can't get better than this. The warmth of her body against mine, the sweet scent of her perfume mingling with the crisp country air, the sound of our friends and family laughing and celebrating around us. It's perfect. I think about all the obstacles we've overcome together. The danger, the uncertainty, the moments when it seemed like everything was falling apart. But we made it through, stronger for having faced those challenges side by side. Claire looks up at me, her eyes shining with love and happiness. "What are you thinking about, Cowboy?" she asks softly. I lean down and press a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Just how damn lucky I am," I reply, my voice thick with emotion. "How perfect this moment is." She nestles closer to me, resting her head on my chest. "It is perfect, isn't it?" she murmurs.
Chapter 41. Claire. The night is serene as Ford and I step into our bedroom, the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting a gentle light across the room. It's our room now, a symbol of our shared life and the future we are building together. My heart swells with joy and love as I look at Ford, my husband, the man who has become my everything. He turns to me, his eyes filled with a tender intensity that makes my breath catch. We have been through so much together, and now, as husband and wife, this night feels like the culmination of all our shared dreams and desires. Without a word, he takes my hand, pulling me close, his touch both reassuring and possessive. Our lips meet in a kiss that starts soft and sweet, but quickly becomes more passionate and intense. As we kiss, we slowly make our way to the bed. Every step is filled with a sense of anticipation, our hands exploring each other with the familiarity that is comforting yet electrifying. His hands move to my waist, pulling me even closer, and I feel a rush of heat as his lips trail from my mouth to my neck. "Claire," he murmurs against my skin, his voice husky with hunger. "I love you so much." "I love you too, Ford," I whisper back, my fingers threading through his hair. I can't say those words enough. The reality of being his wife, of having him as my husband, is overwhelming in the best possible way. We reach the bed, and with a laugh, we tumble onto it, the soft mattress bouncing beneath us. "You're my wife now," Ford says, his eyes sparkling with happiness. "And you're my husband," I reply, my heart fluttering. It feels so right, so natural to be here with him. Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TylahWalker.com.
Miss Tylah has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to TylahWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tylah.
Chapter 42. Ford. I watch Claire waddle around the house, her belly swollen with our growing child. She's taken to nesting like a duck to water, her energy seemingly boundless. "Ford, can you reach this shelf for me?" she calls from the soon-to-be nursery. I chuckle, shaking my head as I join her. "Darling, I thought we agreed you'd take it easy." She shoots me a look that could wither crops. "I am taking it easy. I'm just directing you where to put things." I can't argue with that logic, so I spend the afternoon following her instructions, moving furniture. The room is slowly coming together, a perfect blend of both our tastes. As night falls, I grab my toolbox and start on the list of repairs Claire's compiled. She sits nearby, keeping me company as I work. "You sure you don't want to know if it's a boy or girl?" I ask, tightening a loose doorknob. Claire rubs her belly, a soft smile on her face. "No, I want it to be a surprise. Besides, yellow works for either." I nod, understanding her excitement for the unknown. It's contagious, and I find myself grinning as I imagine holding our child for the first time. The next evening, I'm up to my elbows in paint, carefully coating the nursery walls in a soft, buttery yellow. Claire supervises from the doorway, her hands resting on her bump. I won't let her do more than delegate, no matter how much she pouts. "It's perfect," she whispers, her eyes misty with emotion. I step back, admiring our handiwork. The room is warm and inviting, ready for whoever decides to join our little family. "You think the little one will like it?" I ask, wrapping an arm around Claire's shoulders. She leans into me, nodding. "They're going to love it, just like I love you." I press a kiss to her temple, my heart full. "I love you too, darling. Both of you." I pace the hospital corridor, my heart racing faster than a spooked stallion. She's been in labor for hours, and I feel helpless out here while she's fighting the toughest battle of her life inside. A nurse pokes her head out, beckoning me in. "Mr. Harrington, your wife's asking for you." I'm by Claire's side in an instant, gripping her hand as another contraction hits. She squeezes back with a strength that surprises me, her face contorted in pain. "You're doing great, darling," I murmur, brushing sweat-soaked curls from her forehead. "Just a little longer." Time seems to stretch like molasses, every minute feeling like an hour. But finally, the room fills with the piercing cry of our newborn. "It's a boy!" the doctor announces, holding up our son. I can't tear my eyes away as they clean him up and place him in Claire's arms. He's perfect, all wrinkled and red-faced, with a tuft of dark curls just like his mama's. Hey there, little man, Claire coos, her voice thick with emotion. We've been waiting for you. I perch on the edge of the bed, wrapping an arm around Claire as we both stare in awe at our son. His eyes blink open, revealing deep brown orbs that mirror Claire's exactly. What should we call him? I ask, running a gentle finger along his cheek. Claire looks up at me, a soft smile on her tired face. I was thinking... Matthias? My throat tightens with emotion. Naming our son after my fallen friend feels right, a way to honor his memory and the role he played in bringing Claire into my life. Matthias, I repeat, testing the name. It's perfect. As I hold my son for the first time, his tiny body cradled against my chest, I'm overwhelmed by a love so fierce it takes my breath away. I know I'd move heaven and earth for this little boy. Welcome to the world, Matthias, I whisper, pressing a kiss to his forehead. Your mama and I love you more than you'll ever know. I cradle Matthias close to my chest as we step through the front door of our ranch house. Claire's right beside me, her hand on my arm, both of us beaming with pride. Aria, I call out softly. Come meet your new brother. Our golden retriever trots into the room, her tail wagging furiously. She approaches us cautiously, her nose twitching as she takes in the new scent. Easy, girl, I murmur, kneeling down so Aria can get a better look at Matthias. Claire chuckles as Aria gives the baby a gentle sniff, then looks up at us with what I swear is a doggy smile. I think she approves, she says, scratching behind Aria's ears. Course she does, I reply, standing back up. She's got good taste, just like her daddy. We make our way to the nursery, Aria padding along behind us. The room looks even more perfect now that Matthias is here to occupy it. Claire takes our son from my arms, placing a soft kiss on his forehead before lowering him into the crib. I watch as she tucks him in, her movements gentle and filled with love. When she steps back, I wrap my arms around her waist, pulling her close. Thank you, I whisper, my voice thick with emotion, for giving me the most precious gift in the world. Claire turns in my embrace, her eyes shining with unshed tears. We did this together, she says, cupping my cheek. He's ours, Ford, our little miracle. I lean down, pressing my forehead against hers. We stand there wrapped in each other's arms, watching our son sleep peacefully in his crib. Aria settles at our feet, completing our little family circle.